It's Saturday night and the Contender Series storms into the Safe Mart Center with 3 undefeated fighters stepping into the ring. In our main event, Argentinian Olympian Francisco Veron takes on explosive punching machine and Mexican warrior Vlad Hernandez. Is Veron ready for the experience and skills of Hernandez? Stay tuned and find out. In the co-main, a classic ProBox TV 50-50 matchup. Mexico's Eric Badillo puts his undefeated record on the line versus Nicaragua's Gerardo Zapata in what will be a war of wills between 2 top contenders. From the Save Mart Center in Fresno, California, ProBox TV's The Contender Series, and it starts now.
Welcome everybody to ProBox TV. You're looking right now at the skyline of Fresno, California, San Joaquin Valley, breadbasket of the United States. But fruit, not the only that grows here. That's right, not only great boxers, but great boxing fans here inside the Save Mart Center. We start off with Katsuma Akitsugi. That's right, Japanese-Mexican, great combination. Taking on Jonas Sultan, the fighter from the Philippines. He said, I'm representing my island tonight. A heavy puncher, but Akitsugi, great movement, great volume. Who wins out? That's the question. Moving up to the the featherweight division. It is Zapata Earthenbot versus Humberto Galindo. Earthenbot, 2-time Olympian, has all the technique in the world. His coach said he has every single skill, and he'll need it tonight against Humberto Galindo. This is a very tough challenge. A guy who's faced some of the best fighters in the world. Hard puncher, accurate, and a very quick starter. Moving on to the co-main event in the light flyweight division, Eric Badillo from Mexico, undefeated, 17-0, 8 knockouts, taking on Gerardo Zapata from Nicaragua, 15-2-1. These guys both looking at a title opportunity after this fight. Everything on the line in terms of the crossroads of their careers. Welcome inside the Save Mart Center here in Fresno, California. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Lester Martinez supposed to fight in the main event tonight in the super middleweight division, suffering from migraines. It has been a consistent issue. We'll have an update later on in the show about that, but we'll have a main event that is incredibly entertaining. 24K. That is right. Vladimir Hernandez taking on Francisco Veron. When you look at Hernandez, he's one of those guys, Chris, he's deceptive in every way. You have to look beyond the numbers with this guy. I mean, he is a prototypical textbook ProBox TV guy. You got to look past the numbers. Yeah, he's got a bunch of losses. Guess what? He's got a bunch of really good wins, too. And he's been in tough since the very, very beginning. Last year, he came off of 3 fights on our air. 2 of them were fight of the year. 1 of them was knockout of the year. I mean, the guy always puts on, and he's always in great fights. I expect another one tonight. Yeah, I mean, look at Veron. His ability to knock fighters out. Very, very heavy-handed. 14-1, outstanding record. But heavy hitters, he's got to keep the volume coming. Can he do that tonight, Paulie?
And that's the thing. That's the offsetting thing about Vladimir Hernandez. You hit him. Sometimes you even get him down. You can get ahead of yourself and say, okay, I got this guy out of here. And he tends to come back roaring. Veron has this long, lanky frame. Can really bring down some power. Ex-Olympian in the amateur, so he's got that pedigree as well. But none of that really affects Vladimir Hernandez mentally. He just kind of brings it to you the same way, no matter what your background is. And if you can handle it, you can handle it. If you can't, well, you find out in the ring. Veron has the pedigree, but does he have the mentality to deal with that kind of stress? That's what we're here for.
And when the question, when you look at it, of course, is if you do triathlons, do one or two in a whole lifetime's a lot of stress. He does that for fun, Chris. He's one of those guys who's in shape out of the gym. You can see that tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a personal trainer at home. He works out year-round. He's not a guy who gets in shape for fights. He gets more boxing in, but he's always in shape. Like you said, he likes to do triathlons and half marathons and marathons. The guy stays in shape year-round, and that's why we see him in such great efforts in all these fights.
Yeah, but when you look at the ability of Veron, youth definitely on his side, confidence on his side. In the interviews, he was kind of like, hey, this is the next step in my career to great things. All he has to do is have, as you said, the mentality to deal with Hernandez late in fights. When you know about this fight, maybe 6-7 rounds in, we'll know what kind of fight we have.
Yeah, exactly. Because, when he talks about the mentality, I think he understands. A guy like Vladimir Hernandez doesn't go away that easily. You hit him, you even hurt him at times. If you get ahead of yourself and start thinking, okay, I'm getting ready for the finish, it becomes a very tough second half of the fight. We've seen Hernandez do that to his opponents in the past year, even when he was a B-side. So, Veron is going to come in on paper as the favorite, but Hernandez is used to that. Again, that's why the mentality is important for Veron. You can't just look past your opponent and say, okay, this is just a stepping stone on my way because I have the pedigree and I'm expected to go places. This is a guy that can really cause upsets and has. So you got to be on your P's and Q's for all 12 rounds.
Yeah, I got to steal a quote from Lamont Roach Jr., of course, a ProBox TV fighter taking on Gervonta Davis later in the year. He said, I don't knock out everybody I fight, but I hurt him. That's a theme tonight. When you look at Akitsugi, when you look at Senbatar Erdenbach, when you look at Hernandez, these are guys that might have deceptive numbers, but Chris, they can hurt you, all of them.
Yeah, none of them are really power punchers, especially when you look at the numbers, but just like Lamont Roach said, they hurt everybody. We saw Hernandez literally score a knockout of the year last year on our air. I mean, a single punch for Schramm, put him down. I mean, face down. It was a scary knockout. And then Erdenbach and Akitsugi, man, they're starting to get knockouts later in their career, actually. As their competition is stepping up and the guys get better, they're getting more and more knockouts. So you're seeing the cream rising to the top with those guys. But yes, they have all respectable power.
Yeah, when you look at it, of course, ProBox TV, we pride ourselves on bringing you 50-50 fights. Also bringing that next level of contender. Paulie, a lot of these fighters, when I talk about Erdenbach, when I talk about Akitsugi, they're peaking on ProBox TV. Hernandez, once again, not a knockout guy. He's starting to get finishes under the ProBox TV banner.
Yeah, and again, this is where you want to do it, right? This is sort of your platform to, for guys who sort of fall through the crevices. This is what we've become. You find to fall through between the line, the cracks, but you're a good fighter. The business knows you're a good fighter. As a matter of fact, a lot of fighters that fight on ProBox, they have that spoiler mentality where they're good fighters, but nobody wants to deal with them, so they'd rather just stay away from them. Well, here on ProBox, we give them this platform, and they get to fight, they get to showcase themselves, and a lot of times it leads to bigger opportunities. I think a guy like Hernandez with a 17-6 record could easily be overlooked, but everybody in the business knows how difficult this guy is. This guy has fought many good fighters, have beaten some top fighters as well, so it's not like you look at the 17-6 record and just look past it. The educated eye knows, and the educated eye knows especially when we're watching in the ring.
You can hear the music of the walkouts now, Chris. We know it. It is about Mexican and Mexican-American fighters. That's what the crowd is going to be yelling about. They're making their way to the ring right now. It is Carlos Balderas from Santa Maria, California, taking on Salvador Briceno. He is from Mexico. Similar age, a little bit of height advantage for Briceno. Slight reach advantage to go with it. Lupe Contreras, get us going. First fight of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Save Mart Center, Fresno, California. It is another edition of ProBox TV. Tonight's bouts are being sanctioned by the California State Athletic Commission. Chairman is Peter Villegas. Executive Officer is Andy Foster. These bouts are being sponsored by El Mexicano Brand Products. Bringing authentic sabor to your table, somos El Mexicano. Chachancy Gold Resort and Casino voted #1 in the Central Valley. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. And Killer Grips, champion-inspired sports protective grips. We start the action with this bout set for 8 rounds in the super lightweight division. Arrancamos con este duelo. Pactado a 8 vueltas, división peso super ligero. Los jueces son, the judges are Joe Farbstein, Ivan Guillermo, and Brian Tsukamoto. Introducing first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with silver trim, presentando en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con vivos plateados, su peso oficial. 141 libras y 3/4 is official weight, 141 3/4 pounds, en 30 combates. Este guerrero tapatío mantiene un récord de 18 victorias, con 11 derrotas, un empate, 11 de sus victorias por la vía de knockout. Tonight, In 30 pro bouts, this Mexican warrior steps into the ring with a record of 18 victories against 11 losses, 1 bout even, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. Puro Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. Salvador Bufón Briceno. His opposition in the red corner, wearing beige with the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red en la esquina roja. Vestido de color crema con los colores mexicanos de verde, blanco y rojo. Su peso oficial 142 libras, his official weight 142 pounds. A nivel amateur, representó a los Estados Unidos en los Juegos Olímpicos de Río de Janeiro y esta noche entra con un récord profesional sobresaliente de 15 victorias, solo 2 derrotas, 13 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. In 2016, he proudly represented the USA at the Rio Olympics, and now he enters the ring with an outstanding professional record of 15 victories against only 2 losses, 13 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Santa Maria, California, Carlos Balderas. Our referee with final instructions, Gerard White.
Okay, guys, you went over the rules of the dressing room. We all know what we expect out of each other. A good, strong, solid, clean fight. The trunks are good here. The trunks are a little high. I'll let them work here. Let's touch them up. We can go to work.
Can the Olympian live up to his pro potential? That is the question. In our first fight of the night, look at the odds. The odds makers certainly think so. Minus 2,500. The young fighter from California. We are underway round number 1. It is Balderas in the red and yellow trunks. A little bit of gold there, green on the side.
You see
Briceno from Mexico with the black.
See that height reach advantage for Briceno. Very tall for the weight class. So, 6 foot tall for a 140 pounder. That's some good height and reach.
He has seen losses, but on a 4-fight win streak. I'm sorry, Paulie. Go ahead.
No, you see him trying to establish that height too. You see him with those touch little establishing that touch jab. Usually that's a counter-punching stance. When you're trying to touch, you're trying to drag something out of your opponent and then you can counter it. But it's also trying to establish that height, trying to prevent a guy like Balderas from getting closer and establishing himself.
When we talked to Balderas, he talked about, look, I got to get it together here. He said, I was an Olympian. I was one of those guys who was really supposed to shine. A couple tough losses. And I see you nodding, Chris, because it's this idea of potential needs to be fulfilled in the ring.
I actually called a bunch of Carlos's fights, and there was a lot of hype around him. He said, the Olympian, he's coming up. He's very skilled. Took 2 losses, but if you look at the losses in hindsight, they're to very good fighters. He's got Rene Tellez Veron, who's fought on our air. He's a really, really good puncher. He got caught in that fight and was stopped. And then he lost to Nahir Albright, who gave Keyshawn Davis hell, and then beat his brother. So, it's respectable losses.
Yeah, they've aged very, very well. And he says, I need to be dominant in this fight. I want to move on to the next phase of my career.
Looking pretty sharp here in round 1. You do a good job cutting off the ring from the taller man. You see that overhand right. That's a great weapon against a taller guy if he doesn't bring that jab straight back home. Nice snap jab there. How about that? It's down low.
Got some real snappy shots. I'd like to see him be a little bit busier, though. A little bit of waiting in between those snappy shots.
Nice jab return from Balderas, but Briceno getting away from that jab that you thought might be effective early on, Paul. It's kind of just pawing with it right now.
Yeah, he was pawing with it, but you have to mix it with some snappy shots. Also, Briceno not the busiest guy, so that's another reason why you like to see Balderas get busy on him. There's some dead spots here where Briceno kind of just touches, hoping to just keep Balderas away, but he's not throwing anything sustained to where he can get Balderas' respect. So I think Balderas is right there.
Good counter.
Over the top. That's what you want to see. You want to see some power being thrown by Balderas and get a bit busier with it, because there's nothing Briceno's doing to really prevent that.
But did you see, Briceno came right back with that left hook upstairs. He's a scrappy guy. If you look at his record, he's another one of those guys. You got to look past the record. He's fought tons of top opposition and very rarely gets stopped.
All opportunities in boxing, gentlemen, as you know, not created equal. A lot of times you're flown in late, flown in without a full camp. Hasn't always been put in a position to succeed in his career.
Good action here in round 1 from both these guys.
Oof, shot.
Nice.
back to ProBox TV, getting ready for round number 2. And it's been a good round for Carlos Balderas in round number 1. Some success, gentlemen, with that overhand right. As you said, Chris, good weapon against a taller fighter. But as as Paulie pointed out, Briceno just not doing enough to keep him away.
Yeah, I think you see why people were so excited about Balderas in that first round. He was explosive, he was snappy, he had good combinations. He knew how to fight the taller fighter. So I really like what I'm seeing so far from Balderas. But Briceno is one of those guys. He's gonna push you to the limit.
Straight out, taking the center in round number 2 is Balderas.
Briceno has that style where he knows how to hang around. He doesn't overdo too much. Kind of knows how to balance and budget himself. And with 11 losses, it doesn't really matter if he gets number 12. But if he can hang around long enough, he may get win number 19 instead. So he kind of understands that, and he kind of fights with that demeanor. You can see. So it's up to Balderas to really feel that sense of urgency for himself and see how he wants to win this fight. Does he want to look spectacular? Does he want to make a statement? Or is he just content in letting Balderas kind of cruise through a defeat?
And Balderas says, I'm tired of 8-rounders. I want to move up to the 10s. I want to get some better opportunities here. And I know I have to be dominant tonight.
Yeah, let Briceno cruise to a defeat, not Balderas.
Briceno, I mean, he's only 30 years old, but he has 30 professional fights. So, he has his 11 losses, got a ton of experience. Like you said, champ, he knows how to survive. A stoppage win here for Balderas would be a major statement.
He's never been stopped, right?
He has been stopped, but it's few and far between.
Said before, 4-fight win streak. Coming in there with some confidence, looking for momentum on his own, but seems to be content to play the outside and just throw jabs.
I'd like to see a little more jabbing from Balderas. Spending a little bit too much time looking for those counters. Oh, big right hand.
Good right hand.
Honestly, that counter right hand on the top of the
you got it.
Good slapping right hand there from Briceno.
He threw something with some weight on it.
Yeah, right?
Briceno turned pro at age 18, basically when Balderas was heading to the Olympics, working on his amateur career. Briceno already in the pros, had to learn on the job.
Good stiff, hard jab from Balderas. And a double, triple left hand, finishes with a left hook to the liver. And one thing you always see with those guys with big amateur backgrounds, the Olympians, they just got good eyes. They see things, they stay nice and relaxed, they can stay in the pocket, they have good awareness, and you see that with Balderas.
Yeah, you see that. The only thing about Balderas, what I'm noticing is, in between that super impressive stuff, there's a lot of dead spots.
He's a jabs.
Yeah, that's why he needs the jab. Exactly.
All the beautiful things he's doing, if he was filling those gaps with jabs, it would be
right here.
Very different. Yes.
Instead he threw a big shot from out of range and he walked to the uppercut.
That caught him right into the eye, got a little mouse developing immediately.
Success from Briceno.
Simple jab would have been better, right?
Balderas, 15 wins, 13 by knockout. He's used to finishing fighters. He's used to having a big effect with those right hands.
There's that stiff jab. Honestly, both these guys are punchers. Even Briceno, he's got 11 KOs, there's 18 wins, so these guys can both punch. Oh, good left hook from Balderas.
Balderas believing in his power at the end of round number 2. Now, Paul, you said it, great fighters. It's not just about the bricks, it's about the mortar. Little stuff you do in between, and he seems content to stand in front and wait for his opportunity for big power.
Yeah, but instead of waiting for the opportunity, you got to know how to create the big power. And I think that's also what you want to see from on the part of Balderas. You see here, a little bit of waiting here, comes over the top of the right hand very nicely.
Briceno's got a solid chin. He took that one right on the money.
Yeah. Briceno, Balderas, good on Balderas to notice that Briceno really doesn't step in hard with that jab. He just kind of puts it out there, kind of balls with it. So it's to the point where Balderas realizes, okay, I can't step back on this jab because it'll take me out of range, but he's not throwing it hard. Let me just step in and count over the top of it.
I don't even know he's okay, but he's taking some good shots.
Balderas also had 7 fights in the World Series of Boxing.
We're okay, Mark.
Part of the
Seconds
USA
down.
Knockouts team.
3. Mouthpiece. 3.
We begin round number 3. Balderas once again taking the center. As you can see, Briceno has had his moments.
Briceno's a seasoned vet. You can see him in there. He's very relaxed, very poised.
taking more and more liberties as these rounds go on, throwing that big looping right hand. He's landed some good shots of his own.
Again, the dead spots by Balderas. The dead spots that needs to fight.
But liberal use of the jab by Briceno.
Yep. Yeah, that's what Briceno's basically saying, if you're not going to fill the spots, I'm going to fill the spots with the jab, and that's what he's taking the chance of doing it. You could see I staggered 1-2 there by Balderas' jab to the jab low, right hand high.
Briceno stays calm though. Look at him. He's not.
You could see how a varied jab would bother Balderas though.
Yes.
But Briceno's jab is very, very simple, and it's giving Balderas problems because he's not jabbing with Briceno.
Which is something that Nair Albright was able to do against Balderas, who's a very good jabber. He's long for the weight class.
Balderas has had 211 days off since his last fight. But if there's a little bit of ring rust, we haven't seen much of it. It's been his kind of fight, power punches inside. So far, a good round so far from Briceno.
Yeah, these guys, they started fast. There wasn't much for feeling out round the first round. Action started pretty much from the opening bell. Again, he's still explosive, but yet, champ, you're right, that there's lulls in between the explosion.
If you could have consistency there, it would really raise his notch another level because you can see he's got the goods. It's just a matter of decision making.
Briceno's corner calling for combinations. They want him a bit busier, a bit more active. When he throws punches and bunches, gentlemen, he lands.
Yeah, it's just tough because Balderas is explosive and he can throw in the middle with you. And you get hit with those shots you don't see is when you get hurt the most.
I thought if Briceno just keeps jabbing, though, that gives Balderas problems in and of itself, you know. But Briceno also goes away from the jab at times when he doesn't have to. And like I said, Briceno's jab is pretty simple. If he would even vary it a little.
Another good right hand.
Oh, there's a good stiff jab from Balderas. And they trade jabs, that right hand.
And that staggered 1-2 again.
You thought Briceno didn't have a chin. You are much mistaken. He's hitting some clean punches.
That's one thing about Badillo, when he does let go, he's very precise. Those punches have been landing right on the chin. Well-placed shots.
Looking at Briceno, the way he punches, though, they're all arm punches. He just kind of touches you like he's tagging you, you know? You see that? It's like he's playing tag.
Yep. Not much speed on it either.
Once again, Balderas.
Oh, big loopy shot there.
Taking over the second half of this round. Welcome back on ProBox TV. It's our opening fight, 8 rounds in the super lightweight division, and Carlos Balderas showing his power, and Briceno unfortunately showing his chin.
Yeah, it's Briceno is definitely a solid, poised, tough guy, but Balderas, man, he's really showing his class. Landing some beautiful right hands, cutting angles. Would like to see him be a little busier with the jab, but when he goes, man, he's very explosive.
And the times when he's jabbed out of those combinations, he's been able to snap the head back of Briceno.
Yeah, he's got a good jab. I just want to see more of it. Now, you see, Balderas does everything well. He just needs to put it together in the right recipe to make it work consistently. Oh, man.
That left hook, right hand combination has been here all night.
Those are brutal shots.
Yeah. Again, but you see, it's little spots. Now, what's he going to do in between? That's what we've been saying, right? He's got those nice, impressive shots, and in between, a lot of waiting, a lot of lulls again. Still waiting, still lulls. That's the problem with Balderas. That's why he's 15-2, and that hasn't lived up to the Olympic heights. It's all there when you watch it. Watch the right moment, nice catch and shoot down the hook. If you watch him in the right moment, you're like, wow, this guy's amazing. But then if you watch him in the wrong moment, you're like, that's why.
Now, Paulie, what separates the goods from the greats is that consistency of activity. And power certainly there in spurts. Complaining that was low. Referee says keep him up.
Look right on the belt line, but I like the idea and the combination. They come with that counter right hand over the top, and they go back down to their body on the opposite side. Very difficult to defend against. Oh, man, big right hand again.
This might be a theme tonight. As a fighter from Guadalajara, Mexico, has got a chin on him. We're going to see a lot of that tonight.
I will say this, though, about Balderas. He does have some late power. He scored a 6-round knockout his last fight, 2 fights before that, an 8-round knockout. So the power does come on late as well.
These ripping right hands, they take their toll, Chris. Ooh. There's a left hook followed by another good right hand.
This has been the best round so far for Balderas. He's really landed some thunderous shots.
I think, the hard time getting respect on those kind of points like that, too.
And also, Paulie, not a lot of foot movement from Briceno. He's been in front to be hit the entire time. Not a ton of head movement either.
Yeah, and you would think with the height advantage he has, at least if he's going to use his feet, he could be stepping in and out of range, but he's been too slow. Balderas does have an explosive step when he steps in.
As you always say, Paulie, a lot of ways to control range. That's the taller guy.
Yes.
He's letting the shorter man get in and dictate that.
You're seeing more and more though from Briceno. It's more get off me punches rather than actually trying to do any damage.
Establish something. That right hand has been pretty consistent landing by Balderas. I tell you, if you guys have told about Briceno's chin, I tell you, I put an exclamation point on that. He's taking some good right hand from Balderas.
Clean shots.
Remember, we only just about halfway through this 8-round fight in round number 4. A lot of times that damage kind of soaks in a little bit later.
Yeah, and Briceno's getting zero respect from Balderas right now. He's really just kind of picking off all those shots easily. And also, when the punches aren't hard, even when you're blocking, there's no flack on the punch. It doesn't make you be resistant.
So far has not shown any difficulties with the punches of Briceno. Oh, August 15th, we are back in Florida. That's right, William Foster versus Yakubov, 22-1, 12 knockout versus 19-2, 11 knockouts. Super featherweight division. Foster looked absolutely outstanding last time on our air. I believe that was in DC. Fantastic. Make his return to ProBox TV. Another all-action 50-50 fight. We pride ourselves on it here, and it's happening again in Fresno, California. Our opening fight of the night. Carlos Balderas showing his power. Chris, you called the best round of the fight for him so far.
Yeah, I thought he landed the biggest, cleanest, heaviest shots. Was most consistent in that round than he was in the other rounds. You're starting to see Briceno being broken down little by little by the explosive power of Balderas.
Briceno's corner right next to us. They've been boring their fighter to be a little bit busier, throw more combinations. And one jab is not doing enough to keep the Rio Olympian off of him.
I'd like to see Briceno put a little more oomph into his shots. He's really just putting the stuff out there, not getting much respect. There we go, some harder shots there.
A little variation too, a little left hook, left uppercut combination.
There it is again. He came out in the first round throwing that double, triple left hand.
And gentlemen, it's not as though Balderas hasn't been there to be hit. Right? He's been hittable throughout this fight.
Because he gives you those dead spots, so you can definitely impose yourself on him.
And even though he's a shorter guy, he hangs out in the middle distance. There's spots for Briceno to let his hands go.
Oh, nice overhand right.
Big looping shot.
Well, you talk about all the time when you have that amateur pedigree, you've been an Olympian, you see cleaner lines. Sometimes those loopy shots, you don't see them coming.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Briceno lands throws that overhand right, Balderas doesn't really react to it. He tries to slip and roll with it, but don't counter on it. You think at a certain point he started to get a timing on it because it is a shot you see.
Love that high low.
Kind of like the change-up pitch, right, Paulie? It's so slow you don't quite react the right way to it.
Sometimes those loopy shots are funny because they leave your field of vision and then make the hit you. I know we've been talking about Briceno's chin. Let's talk about his body too. He's taking some good hard left hooks to the liver too. Hasn't shown much effect.
Once again, leaning into that right hand. Not much after it.
Nice heavy shot there from Briceno with the left hook.
He smothers himself with it though. He got too close.
That's one thing. When you got a guy who's not jabbing sternly at you, you can almost use their own jab as your setup. And you're seeing Balderas use that. The jab will hit him, but it doesn't matter. He's punching right through it.
Body shot again. I don't know if that was wrong.
That wasn't
The ref gives a lot of warnings for shots he doesn't see.
Yeah, he was on the other
We've
side.
seen some warnings on shots when he's on the other side, and he's just taking Briceno's word for it. And Briceno's lying.
Yeah.
To his teeth.
Yeah, you missed it, boy. Actually, Balderas actually rolled.
Good counter right there, left hand.
Yeah.
For the first time, we see Briceno really hurt, going back to the corner.
Yeah, he's wild up here.
He is not holding.
Let's see if Balderas can put something together here and compound this.
Or he can go back to waiting, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, really letting him off the hook.
That's amazing.
Perhaps a tactical mistake in round number 5, gentlemen. Balderas landing some heavy punches. Briceno looked like he was hurt, but Balderas, as you gentlemen said, may have let him off the hook.
I mean, landing heavy shots, you've been doing that all night, but he actually had an effect. It hurt Briceno, and he completely let him off the hook the last 30 seconds of the round.
Balderas' corner said during the last round, look, you're in shape. Don't be afraid to push it. And he did not at the end of round number 5. That's why we're in round number 6. Scheduled for 8, but Balderas looked like he had his man hurt.
That's the thing about a guy like Balderas. You see how much talent he has. You see all the good things that he does, but it's still frustrating because he's not putting it in together and filling in those gaps.
To us ringside, looked like he had Briceno hurt. That left hook combo does not follow up. Certainly doesn't follow up enough to take enough risk to get him out of there in round 5.
Punch out of there. There you go. Work out of there. Work out of there. Watch your forearm. Punch out of there. Stop.
Jimmy, you'd said he's over 200 days out of the ring.
Yeah, 211.
So got a little rust to get off. So he's getting some rounds in, which is good. And he has shown some real flashes of good work.
Very trusting referee when it comes to low blows so far.
Yeah.
When we look at the combi box totals there, you see that. And that's the idea that we got. More than double the amount of punches landed, power punches landed by Balderas.
Yeah, when combi box tells us what our eyes are seeing, that's when we believe it the most. And it looks like Balderas certainly has the power punching advantage tonight.
And also, when you compare the kinds of power punches landed by Balderas versus those of Briceno, it's a very different fight. All right, quality of those shots.
A lot of arm punching being done by Briceno, and that's the thing. He's not really getting the attention of Balderas. He's not getting the respect of Balderas, as you were mentioning earlier, champ. Balderas
quick left
holds
hook.
his ground.
Which is also frustrating because you see Balderas, like, if the guy's not getting respect, why not just do more? Ooh, good heavy shot there from Briceno. Gets through with the left hook.
Has had faith in his power in previous fights. Once again, 15 wins, 13 knockouts. He knows he can get it done.
And Briceno, Balderas, his conditioning looks good. He doesn't look like he's breathing hard. He stayed explosive here, even into the 6th round.
Triple right hand by Briceno.
Back to the jab is Briceno.
Yeah, he's had an awkward style throughout this fight. Looping shots, been pawing with the jab, but hasn't been able to find a sustained offense.
It's a nice little guard pull by the Olympian there. Guard pull right hand, which is good move against a guy who comes in when earmuffs comes right at you, which Briceno did right there.
Just more of the same as we end up into the final 2 rounds, this 8-round fight. Told us that he wanted to steal the show. Balderas, of course, training with Robert Garcia. Said working out at that gym with those monsters and Robert Garcia being in his ear, telling him how good he was, did a lot for his confidence. Said, I feel like it took me to another level here, but hasn't shown, as you said, Chris, the ability to either put it together or go for the kill completely so far in this fight.
You know, I think
could be ring rust.
I think you said the magic word there, Jimmy, is confidence. I'd like to see even more confidence because, listen, I see what he can do. I see the talent. I see the skill set.
You see it in spots. He doesn't put it together the way you would think somebody with his talent level could do it.
Which makes you think confidence is the thing that's lacking. Because he has it.
He's going to be bored.
Well, he also said that in his losses, he feels like he overlooked his opponents. Maybe he's being a little cautious this time around, trying to stay smart.
But I understand why he might have overlooked those 2 opponents. But again, in hindsight, because of what his opponents have done since then, you got to kind of look at it and be like, all right, well, those guys are actually very good fighters. So you caused some losses.
And at this point in your career, you also have enough experience to
Another big left hook. Has Briceno hurt? Chris, you talked about the late stopping ability.
I don't know
what he's yelling at the ref about. Yeah. Ref did not look like he was coming in to stop the fight, by the way.
No, that was a beautiful left hook counter from Balderas, and another moment when Briceno was visibly hurt.
But like I was saying before the melee here, you at this point in your career, you know what a quality fighter is and what a not quality fighter is. Once you spend a couple rounds in with the fighter, you know whether you can step it up or not step it up. I think, nice shot there by Balderas. Balderas knows, especially in the spots that he's had success here, he knows what kind of level Briceno's on and what he can defend and what he can't defend. So for me, there's no excuses for so many dead spots here as we're in the
Another good round. Left hook. Hurts Briceno again.
Oh, and a hard jab.
But the damage has been done, Chris, with that left hand. All the right hands he's landed, the left hook has really done the damage against Briceno, right by the ear.
Yeah, the right hand has been really consistent. Didn't do a whole lot of damage, like you said, Jimmy, but that left hook in this round has been super effective.
It comes from out of the range of vision, and a lot of times Briceno too high up and gets hit with that big hook.
Also, I think about Balderas was punching with Briceno, which I think is smart when you got a guy who's not throwing real heavy, dangerous shots. Punch with him.
Oh, another clean right hand.
Can't miss that right hand.
But Briceno seems to wear those right hands well. That left hook around the ear, though, as you guys know, your balance goes. Suddenly your legs are unsteady. Those have been the money punches for Balderas. Nice sneaky uppercut right through the center.
I think some consistent body work by Balderas would be a good idea here. You got a guy who's tall, he's long, he's got a long torso. He's taking the punches to the head really well, but touch that body a little bit.
Yeah, he's been headhunting throughout this fight, to your point, Chris.
Oh, good body shot there. Again,
it wasn't keep it up. That was not low at all.
And again, the ref was on the opposite side. Couldn't really see where that punch landed. Still called it low.
I remember I got a knockout taken away from me like that.
Yeah, you told me about that.
I told you, Rocky Martinez.
And you will never forgive that referee.
Benji Estevez, who I like. I like Benji Estevez.
I like Benji too.
But man, the guy took it around, took a knee and everything, and he was gone. But called it low and let him get 5 minutes to recover instead.
Balderas, another dominant round. Will we see a knockout in this final round? That's the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside of the Save Mart Center, one more to go. This is the 8th and final round.
Combinations from Balderas.
That was one of the most sustained salvos we've seen from either man tonight, and that was off of the strength of that left hook that hurt Briceno moments prior. Yeah, when Balderas lets those hands go, it's pretty.
You would be hard-pressed to give Salvador Briceno a single round of this eight-round fight as we begin round number 8. Could be just his pride keeping him up at this point, but how hard will Balderas push for the knockout? That's the question.
The amount of right hands that he has blasted off of the chin of Briceno tonight.
And based on this performance, now, we want to talk about how fighters, how they move forward, right? I mean, Balderas, have we seen enough to want to see him in a step-up fight? At this point, he goes 16-2. There's still some things he's got to work on, and would they cost him if he steps up? Are there things that he can fix from this fight?
Regardless, I want to see him. I want to see him again. I like what I see. I like these sharp combinations. Again, all the things that we talked about, filling in those gaps for sure. But, I mean, for what I've seen so far, I really like what his skill set is.
My fear is a guy who moves around and varies his lead hand beats him and gives him problems. A nice right hand there by Balderas. A guy who's consistently pressuring you. Also,
what a knockdown! And it's over. Referee doesn't even count.
The ref is looking at Briceno.
Even count.
In rounds prior,
the ref
too.
got tired of him yelling at him. I'm telling you. That was a good knockdown, but you could count. I mean, come on.
And Briceno had showed excellent chin up to this point. He's a tough Mexican fighter.
Yeah.
But, Jimmy, also to your point, hard-pressed to give him a round all night long. He's taken a ton of punishment. He's been hurt several times. The referee was looking at him in between the corners. Had the doctor check him out as well. Was the stoppage early? For me, yes. But
I'm telling you, I think it was because he's yelling at him.
Let's take a look at it again.
A hook off the jab here.
What a great combination.
Boom, bang.
Oh, and the right hand
1-3-2. All 3 punches landed, but it was really that hook off that jab. Boom, bang. Oof.
He didn't hit his hand on the canvas either. It's not like.
I'm always reminded, gentlemen, of Floyd Mayweather. Remember Sharmba Mitchell when he fought Sharmba Mitchell? Drops him with a body shot. He's up at 9. Referee stops it. I remember the commentator going, ref saw which way this was going. It was just a one-way fight. The ref went, okay, you're up at 9, but I'm not splitting hairs here. There is sometimes, gentlemen, that attitude of a referee of, okay, you've lost 8 rounds. Let's
just call it.
Not give you a chance to get up again. So Chris, I agree. I think it was premature and it was early, but I see the logic in the stopping.
Because he also gets suspended.
He also gets suspended. Can't work for a while. Yeah.
Well, and Briceno, he looks like a guy who prides himself on being able to finish the fight, get to the end. I understand that. But yeah, he's still pretty rocked over here. So
no, it was a definitely a hard combination that dropped, but he got up quickly. Looked at the ref like, hey, what's going on? But also the idea, gentlemen, when you said you want to see this guy again, this guy who closed out the show in the 8th round of a fight, he was way ahead. Entertainment value.
Absolutely. I like what I saw. He got the stoppage in emphatic fashion. Take a look at the numbers here. It's going to be heavily skewed. Yeah.
To say the absolute least.
Over 42% of your power punches landed, especially when you can punch. You get a result like that. You get a stoppage.
And also, Briceno, as you said, Paulie, maybe somebody who can jab and vary that jab up, a little footwork. He just didn't land the percentage he needed to land of those jabs. Threw a lot of them, didn't land enough of them.
It wasn't varied enough with them either.
Well, Carlos Balderas wanted to move forward in his career. He took a big step tonight. Lupe, make it official.
Por knockout, your winner by way of KO, Carlos Balderas.
Gentlemen, it's what he told us he wanted to do, which is move on to the next step of his career. Definitely want to see him again in ProBox TV, Chris.
Oh, he's got a home here for sure. I mean, that was a good display. He gets a nice knockout at the end, nice highlight reel knockout against a very, very tough opponent. So, bring him back.
What do you say, Paulie? Fill in some gaps, right? He's with the right team. Robert Garcia is going to fill
I want to see the progression. You can see the upside on this kid. A lot of talent. But then, like, when you look at the deficiencies, you start thinking, man, a consistent pressure guy may trouble him. A slickster could also trouble him. Where does he fill in the gap at the right time to where he can step up against those kind of fighters? Because when you step up, you're going to get either a really good slickster or a really good pressure guy. You know, it's the polar opposite styles, but those are the two styles that really tend to go to the world-class level. So you want to be able to deal with both of them.
And whether you call it whatever it is, super lightweight or junior welterweight, 140's a mother. It is a very, very talented division, stacked, good punchers, excellent names. So a step up, certainly difficult. Well, the question is Balderas doesn't have to necessarily impress us. You got to impress the boss, Gary Jonas. But one of the fighters on our card tonight, Katsuma Akitsugi from Los Angeles, California, undefeated 12-0. Only 3 knockouts, but deceptive power. He's definitely made the boss happy. Here's Gary Jonas about Katsuma Akitsugi.
I was in Japan with Angelo Leo, and I was sitting down with the Kamedas, and they asked me about him. And I said, how do you know about him? I was like, oh, no, we hear about any Japanese fighter, but like everybody's talking about him over there. And Chris, apparently he was training with Nakatani,
yes.
And the reports coming out of that camp was that Katsuma Akitsugi was holding his own very much so, and they were all super impressed with him. So where's the ceiling? I think the ceiling is the belt.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be fun. Japanese already want us to bring him over there. They want to start airing his fights that are here over there. So he's making a lot of noise, and he's fun, and again throws a ton of punches, good motor. It's our style of fighter. So he was hurt, so he had to take a little time off, but he's coming back, and he's still in a pretty good fight for coming off an injury. So that's another very fun fight on the card.
High praise from the boss, Gary Jonas, but we'll see Katsuma Akitsugi after this. He's coming up, the Japanese fighter who is undefeated, 12-0. Taking on Jonas Sultan, the fighter from the Philippines. He says Filipino pride is on the line versus Japan when we come back. Welcome back to ProBox TV. Of course, Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, also Coach Robert Garcia. So great to have you with us. Not only your insight, but of course, things to talk about, including killer grips. Tell us all about it, man.
Man, look, it's new at this sport right now, but we've been using it in my gym, and it works pretty good, man. We have to let the world know that it's something that's actually very effective.
Yeah. Well, when you look at obviously a fighter that was training with you, Carlos Balderas, we just saw him fight. What'd you think of his ceiling? What'd you think of his performance?
Look, I think it was a good experience going to the 8th round, but you know, me as a coach, as his coach, I wanted to see more. I think he could have pressed a little bit sooner and win and get the fight out of maybe 2 or 3 rounds earlier. But at the end, you know, the rounds are good for him also because he's on and off. I don't think this was his weight division. I think he should be fighting a lightweight. That's also something that we're gonna have a serious talk with him. There's a lot of little things that we gotta talk. The knockout was great, but he does need to be a little more dedicated to his sport.
Yeah, Coach. You know that we made actually some you made some good points. Yeah. He had a 214-day layoff. You said. ascension, right, Jimmy? So you
211, right?
You probably needed the rounds, but at the same time, yeah, we noticed a couple of dead spots in between. Some of the good explosive stuff he does, but then there's dead lulls in between.
No, and me as a trainer, as his trainer, I'm gonna be his worst critic, you know, and I'm gonna have a talk with him. He knows he's expecting this, but you know what? At the end, he won the rounds.
Yeah.
He fought a tough guy that was actually keeping him busy with that jab and was doing a good job. So I think at the end, I'm happy, but there is a lot of things to correct.
I think we said that during the telecast. You can see where the frustration comes from with someone like that because he is so talented. You see all the beautiful things that he did. There were flashes of him tonight where you're like, man, this guy's really something. But then there was those lulls, like you said. Fills that in with the jab, he becomes an entirely different fighter.
Also, very accurate, very accurate.
Yeah,
He never misses, but
right on the chin.
Yes, but he does need to get a little more work because he's kind of holding back because he knows that he's not in great shape. He's not in the best shape of his life.
Okay.
He knows that too.
Well, Robert, you are, as a coach, the way Paulie is as a commentator. You get praise when you deserve it. Paulie's always going to give you the honest take. So is Robert Garcia as we get ready for Katsuma Akitsugi. Of course, a fighter we love here at ProBox TV. Why? He always brings the volume and the activity throughout his undefeated career. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Only 27 years old, right in his physical prime. For once, he has the height advantage in this fight. Slight reach advantage, just half an inch, but Katsuma Akitsugi is known for his volume, his energy, and his gas. Lupe Contreras, get us going for this bantamweight fight.
We continue with the action inside the Save Mart Center, Fresno, California. This is ProBox TV, being sponsored by El Mexicano brand products, bringing authentic sabor to your table. Somos El Mexicano, Chancey Gold Resort and Casino, voted #1 in the Central Valley. Jersey Mike's a sub above. Killer Grips, champion-inspired sports protective tape. This contest, set for 10 rounds or less in the bantamweight division. Este duelo, 10 vueltas. División peso gallo. Los jueces son, judges are Abe Belardo, Ivan Guillermo, and Brian Tsukamoto. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing black with white trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de negro con blanco, su peso oficial. 119 libras y 3/4 is official weight, 119 3/4 pounds. Esta noche acepta el reto y se enfrenta a otro rival invicto con un récord de 19 victorias, 7 derrotas, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he accepts the challenge and faces off against another undefeated opponent with a record of his own of 19 victories against 7 losses, 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Zamboanga City, the Philippines, Jonas Zorro Sultan. In the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido de azul con blanco, he steps in wearing blue with white trim. He weighed in officially at 118 1/2 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 118 libras y media. Esta noche entra en la zona del peligro. El cuadrilátero de ProBox TV pone en juego su récord invicto de 12 victorias. 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he risks it all and enters the danger zone, the ProBox TV ring, and puts his undefeated record on the line of 12 victories. 3 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Los Angeles, California, Katsuma, el fuerte japonesito, Akitsugi. Our referee is Edward Collantes.
One. Gentlemen, here and above is legal blow. Here and above is legal blow. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Only 3.5 hours away from his hometown, Los Angeles, California, his home training town. Akitsugi, a huge favorite in this fight. BetOnline has him at -1,000. Wow. Over the Filipino Sultan, but Paulie, as you always point out, they don't really know quite how to make the odds for ProBox TV as we start round number 1.
Tough to make the odds for ProBox TV, but man, I don't know. Every time I've seen Akitsugi, he has been very, very impressive. I'm waiting for him to disappoint me once because it's very difficult to be super impressive every single time. Let's see today how Sultan handles him.
I've called Sultan many times before. I've seen him upset a lot of guys on top rank. He's got a win over former world champion Casimero, Jean Rael Casimero. He could fight that's a big win. He's fought for world titles before, fought for the IBF flyweight title. He always comes in shape. He can really punch. So be careful. He's a guy you got to look past the record.
Yeah, stocky, strong, but Akitsugi has beaten 4 undefeated fighters, guys who, by the way, were not making their pro debut. Their combined record's 41-0. He is certainly a spoiler in his own right. And Robert, that combination of Japanese-Mexican style, his nickname is the little Japanese rocket in Spanish. So he kind of has that combination style, Robert. Hard to deal with.
It's dangerous when you have to deal with that, because fighters that are Japanese with that heart and that dedication, that discipline that they have, plus the training in the LA area, Mexican style, it's not going to be easy. Nobody's going to be easy. Look, Rudy Hernandez has his champion, bantamweight champion, also that Nakatani. Yeah. Man, that kid is, he's trained his whole life in LA, and he's a beast.
And apparently they've been sparring.
Right?
Yes, they've been sparring together, and apparently Akitsugi's been doing quite well, because Nakatani's one of the best fighters in the world.
And you could tell, this kid's got skills. This is just the first few seconds, a couple minutes of the run, and you could tell he's got really good skills.
Yeah, we've had him on a couple of times, Robert. He's been very, very impressive.
Super smooth, very relaxed, fantastic gas tank. I mean, his energy levels are off the charts.
Creative rhythm. I love this.
Look at
right
how
here.
much he's moving, just standing in front.
But it's not an energy burning rhythm. You know what I'm saying? It's a rhythm where it's right there, so it actually conserves energy while also creating different punching angles.
Ooh, but Sultan is not fighting. He's not fighting intimidated.
Yeah, he's fighting like the guy with more experience, which he does.
He didn't buy the illusion. All that stuff is illusionary. It saves energy, but it creates openings for you because guys will start panicking. But Sultan there did the right thing and just attacked off it.
Yeah, but with Sultan, he's not gonna fall on that. He's got so much experience. He's been through everything. He's just looking for the right moment. It's not gonna be easy for him, but he's looking for the right moment. He's one of those guys that is gonna test anybody.
Good straight left going inside by Akitsugi.
Hold on, right on being held there.
You talk about all the time the flow state, where he's just kind of always moving, never in one spot.
Yeah, once he finds that rhythm, he's a really difficult guy to hit and to get away from his shots because he's so busy with his hands and his upper body movement.
I'll tell you what, Akitsugi smoothly gets out of the way there.
Nice.
He's finding a nice left uppercut there from the southpaw stance. He's thrown it a few times this round, and he's really liking the way it's been accurate. Keep an eye on that as the rounds progress.
Yeah, also keep an eye on Sultan shaking his head. That means he felt a punch.
Katsuma Akitsugi looking good in round number 1. Good movement, good combinations, but Sultan not fighting scared, going in there throwing big power punches.
I think with Akitsugi, you're not going to match him punch for punch, but if you punch with him with power, the way that Sultan was in that round, you can be effective.
Things about his style, 3 knockouts in 12 wins. Akitsugi not known as a power puncher, but gentlemen, as I said in the open of the show, this guy's kind of found his rhythm in ProBox TV. Right? As in the last few fights, he's looked better than he has his whole career. He's looking better every time.
He's beaten 4 undefeated fighters. His last 2 fights were in with his best opposition to date, and he stopped them both. Yeah. So he's finding power as he's developed his style.
And they're not like all of a sudden a surge in power. Like sometimes it gets suspicious. It's a rhythmic, putting the punches together, just being so superior to your opponent type of thing, And
he fights with such confidence. He's in the pocket.
Yeah, but he steps around the pocket. Yep. You see, he's in the pocket, but he knows how to step around, create new punching angles.
Well, he's in the pocket, but he's invisible.
Yep.
And he's really good at getting out of range.
Step.
Yep.
And Robert,
it doesn't take much. Just a little short little move. That's it. That's all he needs.
Yeah, Paulie talks about it. He was trained by a little bit by Buddy McGirt, who had that style. He could stay in front of you, but you're still hard to hit.
Yeah.
And Akitsugi certainly mastered that.
Yeah, but Buddy had power. He could punch with both hands. Akitsugi just doesn't have those heavy hands. He catches you at the right time.
But that's why Akitsugi needs to use that slide that he just used there. That step back slide is so important because you got to be able to change range if you don't have the superpower like McGirt had. McGirt had a great left hook, Jimmy.
And that's something natural, you know. That's something you don't really teach you to just any fighter. Oh, I want you to do this. It's something very natural, you know. It's something that you don't really teach.
No, you kind of develop that on your own as you go. Guys, watch out. Sultan's landing some really good right hands to the body. He's sneaking them in really nicely.
That's what I was about to say. He's found a home for some power punches in the middle of that movement.
Very, very tricky little shot. He punches with you because he believes in his power, as he should.
The danger of a fighter like Akitsugi is you find yourself becoming a spectator. You're looking at what he's doing rather than thinking about your own offense. Sultan is not.
No,
he's thinking about his own offense.
That's a great point, Jimmy. He's not waiting on Akitsugi. He's letting him work, letting him throw his shots, and he's finding home for shots like that.
Yeah.
Well-timed left hook there upstairs. That right hand to the body has been a consistent weapon.
He didn't come to participate tonight.
No. So, again, I've called this man before. He is extremely, extremely dangerous.
Oof. Nice short right hand over the top.
But Akitsugi with the uppercuts.
Akitsugi again with that nice little sidestep to the right every single time. Steps out on that weak side.
Beautiful slide, yep.
But we've seen fights, gentlemen, where Akitsugi's in that pocket angling the whole time. He's had to take some steps back in this fight and kind of reset. We haven't seen much of that, gentlemen.
He hasn't found his flow state yet. Oh, headbutt, bad headbutt.
And a height disparity.
Bad headbutt.
Yep. Combined with the, of course, the stance disparity, southpaw versus orthodox.
I don't see any blood. That's
going to be an issue. Sultan, that dude's got a big head for his frame. I want that guy headbutting me.
Yeah, big head, big calves.
Thick dude.
You talk about Buddy McGirt. I remember he told me a story when he fought Simon Brown. Simon Brown threw a headbutt, and Buddy looked at him in the country and goes, "You want to do that, bro?" Because Buddy said that.
Don't start going there, bro.
I'm going to win that fight with that my head size.
Buddy told me a story that he got into boxing because they didn't have a football helmet big enough.
He told me that too.
And take a look at that headbutt from the last round. I think either guy being dirty, just both guys being aggressive at the same time. Let's take a look at it.
It's also because Jonas is punching with Akitsugi, being explosive.
Shots there on the inside by Akitsugi. Changing the angle.
Yeah, just leading in.
Yeah, just coming in with that head. Dropped his head, shorter man.
Yeah, Sultan wanted to jump in with the hook, and Akitsugi was trying to get underneath it.
Yeah, that's all it was. It was just one of those accidental headbutts. No big deal. It happens a lot.
Yeah, and honestly, you got to duck there because if you pull out, you're going to get hit with the hook. So you got to duck, and then if you duck, you wind up with the headbutt.
But it's one of those things, Coach, that you kind of like. It shows Sultan's willingness to get in there and maybe pull forward, which he's going to need in this fight.
This is what Akitsugi needs. To learn stuff, you know, with somebody with that experience, somebody awkward, somebody difficult, somebody that's actually gonna hurt you if you don't.
Another hook over the top. To your point, Robert.
Exactly. You know, this is gonna as the rounds go by, it's gonna get tougher and tougher.
This was not necessarily exactly a last minute, but Sultan came in the last few weeks. I was worried about that, but I saw they came in as normal weight, so that shows you that he's been in the gym. It's not like he's up 2 weight classes because he took the fight on late notice.
He's been in the States also since May, so it was not last-minute travel for him. We know how difficult that can be. He's been in the States since May training.
Akitsugi had a couple of good moments there. Landing, stepping in, stepping out of range. Trying to get in that flow state here again, guys. Good sidestep on that body shot afterwards.
One thing, gentlemen, that's so difficult to keep up with is the volume of Akitsugi. I mean, Sultan's really not trying to match him, as you said, Chris, punch for punch. He's trying to look for one big one. Problem is you can lose rounds that way because you just aren't as busy as your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, both guys are trying to assert themselves right now. I don't think anyone's truly in control yet. I like what Akitsugi's doing because he's busier, but Sultan's very much in this fight.
Oh,
nice shot there.
Leaping left hook over the top.
Yeah, he's finding homes for both hands, left and right.
Oof. Man, thudding punches with that left hand.
Yep. Tricky, just putting him in the middle.
Look, at the end, Sultan's punches are the ones that are probably doing the most damage.
Yeah,
I agree. Guy's built like a fire hydrant.
That was a good body shot. Akitsugi actually hurt Sultan at the end of round 1 with a right hook to the body. Brought him back to the corner.
He might have hurt him again there because he hasn't really punched back after that body shot. And Akitsugi putting this together.
Oh, there was that shot.
And it's so tricky. It just comes in the middle of a combination. You don't see it coming.
Some swelling underneath the left eye of Sultan now.
I think it might have been the first fight we called at Akitsugi. I remember I said to you, Jimmy, like, hey, I'm watching this guy. I'm like, he looks like he hits a lot harder than his records. He didn't have any knockouts at that point. Yep. And I'm watching him, like, especially to the body, he actually hits hard. And we've seen that throughout his fights on ProBox TV.
And as you said, all of his knockouts on our air, it's just gotten better and better.
See, now he's starting to find rhythm, find his home for some of these big shots.
Yeah. You also get that sense, you know, and I say it a lot, it was an MMA fight, but it was Frank Shamrock, Nick Diaz, and Frank goes, no one punch hurt me, but midway through round 2, I'm like, I don't feel good. I start feeling like, I don't feel good.
Guys take those wilts.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts.
Oh, good right hand from Sultan.
And he follows it up with a right hand.
It started with a right uppercut. That landed pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Sneaky.
That was a time shot, too.
It seems like he's gotten the rhythm of Sultan a little bit better in this round, gentlemen.
Yeah, but Sultan's still dangerous. He punches with you.
He's got great rhythm, but I think he's got to finish up with body shots.
Yeah.
There you
he's
go.
listening to you, Robert.
Whoa!
He's getting free coaching advice. End of round number 3. Gentlemen, this has been a hell of a fight as well. It's a good style matchup for both of these guys.
Good action.
I had brought this up the other day because I know how dangerous Sultan can be. I'm like, this is going to be a good fight because the way they match up. Sultan's a power puncher. He's looking for those dangerous spots. And Akitsugi's the volume puncher who finds his flow state. So you mix those two styles, you're going to get a good fight.
Never have to wonder where Akitsugi is. He likes that close range. But look at the sneaky body shots, gentlemen.
And when you see the guy's elbow slide close to the body, you know it hurt him.
Yeah, he's trying to cover the spot that just hurt him.
Yep.
And you see Akitsugi also stepping out of range, getting his defensive posture in.
There was a Puerto Rican fighter that Top Rank had, Carlos Caraballo, and Jonas Sultan fought him, and it was a similar situation. Caraballo was an undefeated guy. He was 14-0, was a great puncher, but Sultan just kept punching with him and dropped him like 5 or 6 times in the fight. Ended up taking his L.
But we talk a lot about the smooth, slick fighters who are a little bit unorthodox that kind of we came up watching, the Roy Jones Jr.'s of the world, right? It's this idea that fighters end up looking at him and just going, what, kind of mesmerized by the movement. Jonas Sultan has not been mesmerized by the movement of Akitsugi. He's waiting for his opportunities.
He obviously did his homework. He knew what he had in front of him, and he knew what style would work. He's got a ton of experience. He's trying to read his man, which is not easy, but...
Some blood in the mouth of Sultan now.
You know, something that I couldn't say about any of the other Akitsugi fights that we've called prior to this is we have a fight on our hands.
Yes, for sure.
He's been so dominant on our air.
I could be wrong, but I like to look at the corner every time they're working. You know, I noticed something that I don't know if the TV picked it up, but it seemed like they were holding his jaw.
Sultan?
Yeah, it's when they were putting his Vaseline, it looked like with the other hand they were holding his jaw. I don't know if it's something
point
to be a problem, but I do
he's,
see everything.
He's less active this round. There's some blood coming out of the mouth.
Leave it to Coach Robert Garcia to notice that. We all missed it. Very good point.
And also, how much water they used in the corner too, and here in California they don't allow that.
And if you notice, he's not closing his mouth anymore.
Yeah.
He's got a slight opening, which generally when you have damage in the side of your mouth, you can't close it. Your teeth won't touch when you've got a swollen jaw.
Let's see how these rounds progress. Let's see if it's anything.
Oh, no, good shot from Akitsugi.
And those uppercuts are probably what would do it if there's something wrong.
That was nasty.
You saw Sultan's body just freeze for a moment right after that shot.
Yeah, Sultan.
Another sneaky uppercut.
With the right hand this time.
He's looking more and more uncomfortable, is Sultan.
Chris, you talk about taking a fight over. Akitsugi looking definitely like he went into 4th gear.
Right on time.
Nice catch there by Akitsugi. Sultan is still reactive.
He's just so poised, Akitsugi. Placing his punches really well, good awareness. You know, this is something that I thought about Akitsugi last time he was on our air. I just wish he was a little more safety first early on, because once he does find his rhythm later on, it's like he takes over. But yeah, he puts himself in a lot of danger early on.
Which makes it fun as hell to watch.
Yeah.
Great for us. Great for the fans of ProBox TV.
Some blood on the face of Akitsugi too.
His nose is bleeding all around.
Good contact in this fight.
Akitsugi, though, I mean, he's just all over you.
The first half of the fight, Akitsugi was in control.
Good hook by Sultan.
Now it's getting to be a pretty even round.
Yeah, to your point, Robert, good opening for Akitsugi, but Sultan isn't going anywhere. Still trying to land big punches, and he does.
And he does.
Oh, he got hurt there. He got hurt to the body.
Yeah, those body shots are...
I think Akitsugi hurt him, but it hurt something to the body there.
Yes, he did.
It has been nothing if not entertaining. You start round number 5 of this fight. Looking at round 4, Robert, as you said it, Akitsugi started out looking great, but Sultan just not going away, not mentally checking out of this fight.
Yeah, the first half of the last round, bro, I thought it was going to be, it could be an early night, but, you know, no. Sultan came back at the end and came out with some good punches.
In round number 5, Jonas Sultan said, I'm fighting for the Philippines. To me, this is very much about national pride. Scheduled for 10. But can he back off? In his corner saying, don't let him push you back. Akitsugi, when he's in control and he's the aggressor, so effective with straight lefts like that.
First time I've seen Sultan coming out and actually backing away.
Look at the punches around by
off the angle change.
Wow, looking at the numbers, 77-38, and it's power again from Akitsugi.
Akitsugi cannot miss that left hand.
But you saw how he set up. He took the side step first to the weak side and then threw it. Very, very sneaky.
And then he varied it up. He threw it straight after that, and he looped it around the outside.
This is a guy, too, Robert. He doesn't admire his work. He goes right back to the punches after landing a big one.
No, it's because he's confident about himself. He's also very confident about his punches. He's landing great punches. You know, once again, I would like to see him combine a little bit more body shots with everything he's doing because he's landing some beautiful punches. But then Sultan's not going away. He's also very dangerous right now.
I think Sultan's been hurt to the body a couple of times this fight. But
yeah, he has.
He regroups well.
I called Sultan's last fight, actually fought over in Japan. He got stopped in 1 round to the body.
Yeah.
First round.
Doesn't take him well to the body. You can see in this fight too. I think a couple of times when I've seen him hurt, it's been from body shots.
Yeah, he's taking some big shots upstairs. He has a good chin, but yeah, the body work tends to hurt him more.
Corner imploring Sultan to be first. Not let Akitsugi lead the dance, but he's not effective with his counter punches.
He's trying to get to the body now.
And Robert, once again, an opening few seconds, we thought, oh man, this might be over, and then Sultan gets right back in it.
Yeah, Sultan's experience was making him survive.
Body shot. That hurt him.
Oh. And now backing up.
A few more body shots will do it.
I agree, Robert.
Right there.
Robert, I think Akitsugi should give you a little percentage of his purse because he's listening to you and using that body attack.
Well, we spoke about him being like a Japanese/Mexican style, and we're seeing that.
Good body work.
We're seeing the hard discipline work upstairs, and then you're seeing that good body work, like a good West Coast fighter.
And also,
another good body. Both sides.
Body shot just took him right off balance.
I think Akitsugi now is aware that the body shots are the way to go. Oh,
and change it up.
That overhand left.
It's
been nice too.
Yep.
That's a little footwork for Akitsugi. Step around, shuffles.
Gentlemen, it's almost like you see the will starting to drain out of the Filipino fighters. We end round number 5.
That tends to happen from body shots.
Yeah. Halfway through this fight scheduled for 10 rounds. Katsuma Akitsugi. Gentlemen, listen into Robert Garcia going to the body and starting to pay dividends.
I think it was a straight left hand first, right to the solar plexus. We saw Sultan buckle there, and then it was another right hook a few moments after that.
And the thing is, when you hurt a guy, a lot of times they do well to hide it, but Sultan can't hide the body shot injuries, man. When Sultan's hurt to the body, the whole world can see it.
Yeah. He doubles over, he drops his elbow.
He stops punching, he retreats, because he doesn't want to retreat at all from headshots, but if you hit him with the body, he starts going backwards like crazy. See, the headshots don't move him. You get hit with a body shot, the guy runs across the ring.
Akitsugi's setting his feet now, too. He's looking to land some heavier shots.
And it could be, once again, those knockouts coming on ProBox TV. He's gotten more confident in his ability to stop a fighter. Lots of times, gentlemen, that's the difference.
And as usual on our air, Akitsugi comes to impress, man. I really am enjoying watching his development these last couple of fights. He gets so much better every fight.
Nice counter off the uppercut. Sultan showing he is still dangerous.
And it seems like Sultan has just slowed down just enough that Akitsugi now has found more rhythm with his defense.
Power punches have been an absolute wipeout. 81-24 for Sultan. You know, as Robert pointed out, he's landed some heavy punches when they do land, but Akitsugi certainly ruling when it comes to the numbers.
Jimmy, when it comes to CompuBox, I think Akitsugi's going to beat everybody.
He breaks CompuBox. They can't keep up with this guy.
He's impossible to keep up with.
Yeah, it looks like the second half of the fight, we're gonna see a little more effective punches, trying to get into that rhythm where he connects good 2 or 3 punch combinations to try to finish the fight.
Chris, you talked about in the opening of the show, his limitless gas tank here. The guy just keeps going. This is his style.
Yeah, he just, you know, it's not that he gets better as the fight goes on, but his opponent tires and he doesn't. So you see the separation.
Yeah, because his opponent's forced to work harder than he is.
Right.
Yeah, his rhythm, a lot of it is illusionary. It's not burning a lot of energy. But the opponent has to react to all of it and flinching and trying to punch and all this other stuff. It forces the opponent to burn more energy, too.
And Paul, you say it all the time, like, know what kind of fighter you are. If you're not a puncher, you got to work the whole time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sucks, but you got to keep doing it.
But
he knows he's not a puncher.
But that's why Akitsugi, his work ethic is illusionary, too. But it allows him to save energy while it looks like he's doing a lot more than he is.
Nice short left hand. Good right hand.
Still throwing heavy shots as Sultan. Good body work from Akitsugi on the inside. You know, as much as Sultan has been getting the worse for wear these last 2 rounds, he's still not checked out.
No.
Still believes in his power.
This dude is all warrior,
And this round, being that, you know, he's got a Mexican nickname, Fuerte, means firework.
Yeah.
He's making the fight a little bit easier for Sultan to be able to land some punches because he's standing in there, you know, he's picking his right punches. I think he's doing the right thing, but he's also getting hit.
Yeah. And that lets Sultan believe in Sultan lets himself, it allows Sultan to believe in himself so he can land punches.
Corner is right in front of us for Jonas Sultan. Not a real sense of urgency necessarily. Sneaky left hand there.
Oof. Both guys trading well. Looks like Sultan got the better of that. And they traded uppercuts, and then he caught him with a big right hook on the way out.
Yeah.
But Sultan has not given the, hey, leave me alone and I'm not going to throw at you agreement. He has not done that. Robert, we said in the opening of this fight, Japan plus Mexico, not a lot of back down in either of those cultures when it comes to boxing.
No, not at all. And you know, we're going to see that, you know, like I said, combining those, that heart, that discipline, everything together, training in Southern California, man, it makes a big difference. This kid's unstoppable.
You got to earn your respect in a Southern California gym. We've all spent time at them. And Akitsugi has done that for sure.
Yeah, if you're training in your gym, you're not going to allow somebody to come in and slap you around. Yeah. Or if you go visit somebody else, you're going to do the same because they're not going to let you do that.
It's like gang territory.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Yeah.
That's why I traveled so much during my career, because I always wanted to be the enemy. Everybody goes harder.
Stop, step back.
Chris, people in the production want to smack you around. Just so you know, just you pretty boy. It is what it is. Camera guys want to punch you. So can't imagine when you were training.
I like being uncomfortable. Speaking of uncomfortable, being in the ring with Akitsugi is very uncomfortable. This guy is all over you.
Just knowing you have to work for 10 rounds straight, at least.
But again, you see Sultan still throwing punches like he believes in himself. You know?
Sultan's been very impressive tonight as well. He definitely came in shape. I know I said that this was a short notice fight, but he must have been training because he's showing good conditioning, good focus.
Good reactions.
Yep. Recovering well, too, from being hurt.
He'd be out of there if he weren't in shape at this point.
And not for nothing, I mean, he's fighting a week prior to the Filipino legend Manny Pacquiao's return. So he said, he's like, I'm doing this for pride, I'm doing this for my country.
Yeah, and he had the Team Pacquiao shirt on when he came in the ring.
If he trained in LA, he was running with Pacquiao every day in the morning.
That's a good point.
Right?
The morning, the daily 6 mile runs. Got hurt with a body shot again.
Akitsugi winging those big punches.
You can see when he steps fast, he gets hurt to the body. It's the only thing that backs him up is the body shots.
You know, Robert, I don't know if he was doing Pacquiao's ab training because he's getting hurt with a lot of body shots in this fight.
But look at him. He smiles when he's getting hit. You know, this guy's a warrior.
Now Akitsugi turning it on.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Yeah. Or he's trying to recover from the body shots, Robert.
Could be.
He's pulling an Arturo Gatti versus Mickey Ward. Hit me in the head because my body hurts too bad.
Who knows? Akitsugi got to be careful punching himself out here, too, as well.
Can Akitsugi punch himself out? I've never seen that.
Ooh, another good straight shot to the body.
Oh, that was a deep shot.
Oh, bearing it up with the overhand.
Really nice punch variety.
Yeah. Punch selection, very, very impressive. Akitsugi. That's been one of the things. It's off his rhythm very nicely, flows very nicely. You don't get any hitch.
But Champ, you notice a lot less throwaway punches in this kind of fight, this style. He's not as busy as he was. He threw a lot of superfluous punches. Now he's setting down more.
Yeah, he is. He still uses those throwaway punches.
Tatsuma Akitsugi emptying everything but the kitchen sink, then going back home, getting a kitchen sink, and hitting Sultan with it, but Sultan's still there.
Sultan's super tough. It looked like he was going to be on his way out that last round, but mustered up enough energy to stay in there, throw some big shots to keep Akitsugi at bay.
And Robert, there's also kind of, Coach, that mental side of to hit somebody and they're still there can be disheartening. And Akitsugi just kind of goes, okay, and goes back to work.
It is, but you know, Akitsugi training in, like we were talking about, training in LA, training in Southern California, you're going to do that every day in sparring. You know, you're going to get guys that are going to keep coming and never going to give up. So he's ready for that. He's prepared. I think it's going to be a matter of time because I seen I noticed the ref came to the corner to talk to Sultan's corner and kind of told him, you know, you've been taking too much. You know, if you know, I'm a big careful, I'm a protect your fighter because he was talking to the corner.
He has been taking a lot of punches throughout these 8 rounds.
I don't think that's all that necessary, though. I mean, you haven't seen him hurt to the head much. You know, he can't get hurt to the body, but
some cut. Looks like around the right eye.
Yeah.
Fortunately, on the outside, hopefully it doesn't affect the vision. We did not see a clash of heads. As far as we're concerned, it's from a legal punch. The referee has not indicated from a clash of heads.
Yeah, he indicated a punch.
Yep.
The referee did?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Robert.
Oh, that's big.
Bleeding does not look from where I'm sitting. Whoa, that might be a bad one.
I
was about to say it wasn't bleeding too bad, but suddenly spurred it out.
Yeah, I think they touched heads on the inside again. And that's one thing about Akitsugi. He's such a heavy contact fighter that's not really going to get a chance to coagulate, and it was early in the round.
Now suddenly a sense of urgency to this fight.
Still a lot of fight left.
Yeah, a lot of fight left.
Yeah, 3 rounds.
Akitsugi has something to protect.
And Sultan also is going to start believing in himself more. Seeing the blood.
He's got a target.
Well, once again, we have a smock-worthy fight on ProBox TV.
Good slip there by Akitsugi, though. He's still stepping around very nicely.
Gary Jones is tired of playing for our dry cleaning bills, but too bad. Part of the job. Oh, he's blinking bad.
But the thing is that if he's doing that, and if it was ruled a punch, then they're going to take him to the doctor. And what if the doctor stops the fight?
Sultan is not landing, though. I think it's funny is Akitsugi's still doing pretty well.
Doing very well. But to Robert's point, it might not matter. The doctor would say, no,
it was a punch, and he loses. If you know, sometimes when you know it was a headbutt, okay, you know, they go, you're winning. They go to the scorecards, and you're going to win. Yeah. But not if it was a punch.
Yeah.
But Akitsugi also, he's pawing at it, he's blinking, he's showing that it's bothering him.
Exactly,
It's not a good idea.
that it's bothering him.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it maybe is bothering him. So it's, got to wipe at it just to get the blood out of your eyes. We're getting a good body shot there by Akitsugi, though.
And also,
he's having himself not a bad round. Guys.
Right, and another thing is that if you're Akitsugi, he really doesn't have a stay away kind of style. He's not the kind of guy to like protect a cut.
And one problem I have with the rule is, say the cut is caused from a punch and deemed caused by a punch, doesn't mean another headbutt can't make it worse.
Right.
Always.
Right.
Yeah. Like that's the problem too. And then if you stop it, it's stopped from punches. Good body shot again by Akitsugi. He hurt him again.
Is he backed up?
Sudden drama at the end of round number 8.
I think Akitsugi won this round.
No, absolutely. It was a great round for Akitsugi.
Take a look at it here. Some action from round number 8. Saw that kind of strafing hook.
Ooh, beautiful combination.
Couple punches to that side.
It was the right uppercut.
It was the right uppercut.
Yep.
Clean punch, gentlemen.
I think the first jab could have maybe started it because it kind of slipped through his face, but that uppercut was clean.
Yep. And Akitsugi ducked right into it.
Impressive round for Akitsugi, considering the cut was bothering him like the way it was.
Did not slow down at all.
Yeah, Sultan's one of those guys, just when you think he's out, he gets right back into the fight somehow.
Referee has not called in the doctor to look at the cut.
I don't know, man. Is there any grease over that eye? It looks wide open to start the round. Like, I would hope they would put some kind of coagulant in there and cover it with grease. Let the medicine do its work, but the thing looked wide open when he came out of the round. Good body shot again.
Once again, power punches. Huge wipeout for Akitsugi. 137 power punches.
99 more punches landed. 99 more punches landed by Akitsugi. Wow.
Let him go. Let him go.
Ooh, good dig.
So far, though.
Feet tangled up there a little bit from Akitsugi.
Hey, and again, like you can see, Akitsugi, he lands heavy punches to the body. Not a big puncher, but heavy enough.
This guy in Akitsugi, it'd be hard to, once again, give Jonas Sultan more than one round. Maybe one of the early rounds when he was landing bigger punches, he could have won that. But, this is a guy who Akitsugi could dance and move and win the last 2 rounds and win the fight. And he's not doing that at all.
But does he know how to do that?
Yeah,
I've never seen him fight at distance.
Blood is not too bad, though, right, guys? I mean,
yes, looks like it has improved.
Yeah, it has improved,
The corner did its job. Yeah, usually that adrenaline takes about a minute or 2 to go into effect.
Yeah, it's not as bad as last round.
No, not at all. And it doesn't seem like it's bothering him either. He's not squinting like he was.
Yeah. Nice job in the corner. I think that's... You got Bake in the corner. I forget his last name. One of the guys that works at BK.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Very good.
Solid cut, man.
Oh, nice right hand.
He's also doing something with WBC.
Yes, Bake is. Yes, exactly. Yeah, now a little bit of blood, but it's on the side of the face. I think Akitsugi's back in business, and the punches are coming out nicely.
Well, the good thing is he never went out of business in terms of his punch output. Even when he was squinting his eye, he was still punching and landing. He never checked out.
I give Sultan credit for never checking out either. Sultan has believed in himself the whole time in this fight.
Well, I think Sultan's in great shape. I think that's...
You see Akitsugi trying to break here, and Sultan won't let him. Maybe Sultan needs a little bit of a breather.
Dude, when you've been hurt that many times to the body, consistently throughout a fight, it's really tough to stay in a fight like that. Sultan is showing a lot of heart.
Nice counter there. Short shot from Akitsugi. Akitsugi targeting
another
the body
good body shot.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Oh. He came here to fight. He is still fighting in round number 9.
And he looks punch weary now. Looks a little arm weary.
Still throwing bombs, though. Hey.
There will be no giving up in this fight as we head to the 10th and final round. Entertaining from start to finish, and we still have 1 round to go, gentlemen.
Both guys leaving it on the line tonight.
I think last round was the closest round of the whole fight.
Could be, yes.
Yeah.
And to Paulie's point, it looked like Akitsugi may be a little arm weary at this point. I mean, he can only throw as many punches as he had for so long before you start feeling it.
See the work in the corner there.
A lot of blood.
This is the 10th and final round.
It has been a great fight. Do they have one more great round left in them? Tatsuma Akitsugi has been ahead the entire time, but Jonas Sultan from the Philippines has been firing back with everything he has.
Jimmy, if I had to put money on it, I would say yes, they do have one more round.
Yeah, I would say so too.
I think they're both. I think they're going to go for it.
And so far, you're right. Oh, toe-to-toe in the center of the ring.
Yeah, mean and trading punches here.
That's why you tune into ProBox TV. That's why millions are watching fights like this.
These guys are going for it.
Yeah, close range action here.
A lot of guys would look at a fighter who's 19-7 as a stepping stone. Jonas Sultan is nobody's stepping stone.
Jab? What jab?
Yeah. Completely unnecessary.
What a cut makes in
yeah.
fight. It gives Sultan more power, more energy to finish the last couple rounds even stronger.
A lot of drama.
Oh, nice left hand.
Good. Nice left hand. I mean, the chin of Sultan tonight. I mean, he's taking some clean, hard shots, even after being hurt to the body.
And the chin was never the question, right?
The chin was never a problem.
Body shot. The body shots created the question.
Oh, he's cut on the left eye also.
Oh.
Akitsugi's cut down both guys.
Cut on both sides.
Good thing for him is on the floor. Good left hand again.
Beautiful left hand.
That one stunned him.
He did.
First time that Sultan has been hurt to the head. Akitsugi not taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I think he needs a break too.
Yeah. Oh.
Another great straight left.
Listen, Akitsugi's going to know he was in a fight tomorrow. Cut over both eyes. Threw a ton of punches. Look at the gas tank. Still tremendous condition.
But again, that rhythm is illusionary though. It's not burning what you think it's burning. It's just a
little touches.
And not even touches.
Still impressive. We're in round 10, dude. Look at that. The eye of Sultan, right eye is real swollen.
That's a left hand this round, right?
Yep, a straight left hand right down the middle.
Another one.
Oh,
wide left hand. That one's going to get him right on the eye.
Another body shot.
Man, Akitsugi's going for it here.
He's trying to hurt him in round 10.
Sultan may have opened the cuts, but Akitsugi's making him pay for it.
Yeah.
I'm getting stitches, but you're going to pay for every single one of those.
Hell of a fight between these two.
Yeah. Great stuff for the fighter from Japan, training out of Southern California.
Good work for both
The
guys.
fighter out of the Philippines gave everything he had. What a fight.
I'll say it this way. Very entertaining one-sided
Great.
fight.
Yes.
It was one-sided. I mean, Akitsugi was in control for most of the fight. Definitely won way more of the rounds, but super entertaining. Sultan was in it throughout.
But Chris, he was never safe.
No.
He was in control.
Yes,
he
great way
was
to put it.
never safe.
Great
There
way
was
to put
never,
it.
oh, he's got this. Always that power punch coming over the top.
He could never sit on his laurels that he was in total control. Absolutely. Because whenever he did, Sultan would get right back into it.
And you couldn't deny the power punching of Jonas Sultan.
Very dangerous puncher. Punches with you. Landed some really good shots. Opened up cuts over both eyes. At least one of which was caused by a punch, certainly.
That left hand in round number 10. You see the smile. That right eye swollen shut. Jonas Sultan.
Yeah, both guys didn't know they were in a fight tomorrow.
Well, I don't know. Akitsugi might go run a marathon or something. He might, do a triathlon for fun on Monday.
He's going to need both eyes stitched before that, though.
He won't be able to spar, or else he'll be sparring Monday.
Yeah, very true.
He would.
Robert, they don't take any excuses at a Mexican gym. You know that, Robert.
Not at all. Not at all. You got to be back in the gym on Monday.
He's tired of hearing at the gym. Hey, Chinito, Chinito, come on. He comes to fight every time. Lupe Contreras, make it official.
After going all 10 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Los jueces Belardo y Guillermo entregan tarjetas idénticas de 99 a 91. Judges Belardo and Guillermo turn in identical scores of 99 to 91. Y el juez Tsukamoto anotó 98 a 92. Judge Tsukamoto scores it 98 to 92. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision, los tres a favor del ganador por decisión unánime. El cohete japonesito Katsuma Akitsugi.
Katsuma Akitsugi with a hard-fought, unanimous decision win. It was his kind of fight, but it came with a cost for sure, Paulie.
It did. Well, a couple of cuts. He had to work for it. He had a never-say-die attitude on his opponent. But, of course, Akitsugi also raised his game, raised his level, stayed mentally locked in, and got an impressive win tonight. It wasn't as dominant as some of the other fights, but dominant nonetheless, and he showed he can overcome some adversity on the way.
But he's also fighting the most experienced world-class opponent that he's ever been in the ring with. And I thought it was very impressive. And I'm going to stick to what I said earlier. Very entertaining, one-sided fight. 99-91, 98-92. Judges obviously had it all for Akitsugi, which was obvious, but very, very entertaining fight.
Yeah, it's one of those where we definitely want to see him, and I also want to see Jonas Sultan again. I would love to see him back on our air here in ProBox TV, but Katsuma Akitsugi moves to 13-0. Don't let the 3 knockouts fool you. That guy can punch. Incredible movement, great volume. Outstanding performance from a fighter, once again, out of Japan, training in Southern California. But our co-main event of the evening tonight, 10 rounds in the light flyweight division. Eric Badillo versus Gerardo Zapata. Is a fighter from Managua, Nicaragua. 15-2-1, taking on a fighter from Mexico, Eric Badillo. 17-0, 8 wins by knockout. This guy is looking to move forward here on ProBox TV. He wants to take that next step in his career. That is the motivation. You can hear it from the fighter himself right now.
I'm coming in undefeated. 17 fights, just like you said. It's a tough fight, honestly. I mean, every fight is hard, but I'm preparing really well to take on this big challenge. I had a relatively short amateur career. I had about 30 fights, and, well, what really helped me a lot was sparring with world champions, former world champions, right now, at this point in time. I got to box with Pedro Guevara, with Carlos Cuadras, with Chivas Rodriguez, who's fighting this Saturday, and with Ray Martinez. I think I had a really good run as an amateur, and a lot of sparring. Sparring is what helped me get here. We're doing new things now, things we hadn't done before. Well, I can't give too many details. We're preparing well, that's all I can say. Honestly, this might be the best training camp of my career, because obviously the challenge demands it. And yeah, we're doing really tough sparring too. We're doing 8 or 10 rounds. It's still a bit early to start doing 12, but I already feel like I have the stamina to go 12 rounds, even 13 or 14. It's going to be a clash of titans, I think, because both of us, well, I think we both like to go forward. We like to throw a lot of punches. I'm also a big, well, I'm a counterpuncher too. I know how to box going backwards. So, we're getting ready for whatever version of Gerardo Zapata shows up. If he comes out as a brawler, we'll know how to adjust our strategy. It's no problem.
When you talk about fighters who leave it all on the line, that's the style 100% of Eric Badillo. If you saw his fight against Luis Rodriguez, that was in May 2024. Knockdown, knockdown, double knockdown, another knockdown. Came back and won that fight, I believe, in round number 9 of a 10-rounder. This idea that he'll be in it the whole time. He'll take some risks, but he'll throw to win the entire time.
Oh, so he belongs on ProBox TV is what you're saying.
Exactly.
So he's a perfect ProBox TV fighter.
One of those kind of guys.
Yeah, one of those kind of guys.
He has that ability definitely to leave it all in the ring. That's why he's in our co-main event right now. That is coming up. First, Senbatar Erdenbach. That fight going down in the super featherweight division. Of course, against Humberto Galindo. That's a fight we're all looking forward to. Guest now joining us right now at the table. How you doing? Is George Hernandez. Thank you so much for joining us. Also, thank you so much for the sandwiches today. We all appreciate it. They all got us ready, man.
They were delicious, right?
Awesome. Every single time.
Awesome.
Local
hey,
Jersey Mike's owner here. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for sponsoring us. First thing I want to hear is, what do you think of the fight so far, man? They've been action-packed the whole time.
Man, the second fight was unbelievable. There was a lot of action going on.
Yeah.
You know, so it was really good.
But your sandwiches are fueling us, so we got energy for these fights.
Oh, my God. Today's like the perfect weather for Jersey Mike's. It's very hot. You know, cold sandwich, number 13, original Italian, and oh, my God. You can't go wrong with the Jersey Mike's.
What we had.
Oh, you had that?
I think so. We had a few of them.
I had one of each. Whatever we had, I had all of them.
13 and original Italian is a fan favorite for sure.
I'm from here in the San Joaquin Valley when I was a kid. Out near Visalia is where I grew up. People don't realize it can get about 105, 110 degrees depending on what's going on. That's normal out here in Fresno. Always be ready for it.
That's right. We're always ready for our customers. So.
But that's what we love here at ProBox TV. We talk about it all the time. 50-50 all-action fights. You just said it, the Akitsugi fight. The idea that it was entertaining. Both guys were extremely aggressive. Both guys went for it. That's what we love here at ProBox TV. Now, those are the kind of fights we live for. And that's what I love hearing about. Somebody on the outside that gets to see it. You know, that idea of it's not an A side and a B side. Both guys went for it in that last fight.
Yeah, that was unbelievable, man. I couldn't believe the action. You know, every round was a lot of action going on. So
blood both ways.
Yeah, both ways was really good. You know, you know, at the end, I thought you know, the Filipino guy was going to win, but you know, actually Cueto, you know, came through at the end.
Yeah.
So
it was one of those where the power punching in the beginning looked like it was going the way, obviously, of Jonas Sultan, but Akitsugi just keeps that pressure on.
Keeps going on. Yeah,
he's entertaining every single time, and you know, Chris, there are certain guys we look at, and we look at the ProBox TV model when you go, okay, why should I watch ProBox TV? What fighter should I look at? Akitsugi's got to be at the top of the list.
Oh, absolutely. I think Nicholas Flaz, Akitsugi, these are guys that are consistently going out there, getting better each and every time. But also, I see these guys in world title fights pretty soon.
Yes.
Within the next year to 18 months, I think both of those guys should be getting world title shots because they're progressing that fast and getting that much better. And listen, there is no easy fights on our air. If you're here and you're winning consistently, you have the goods.
And probably when you look at it, a lot of times you say, oh, if you're too good, you kind of get avoided. Akitsugi's name is getting out there. He's getting harder to avoid. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think he's getting harder to avoid. More and more people are talking about him. If you get the TV profile like what fighters do here on ProBox TV, more eyes are on you. So you're not a hidden gem. You're exposed and I think more people you'll be more apt to get an opportunity that way.
Now, when you look at hidden gems, you're looking at the ring right now. Humberto Galindo from Tijuana, Mexico, 14-3-3 as a pro, 11 wins by knockout. But Chris, I want to hear you make the face. You made that worried face. This is a very tough kid for Senenbar Erdenbach to fight.
Right, and Erdenbach's a guy who's been on an air, been very, very impressive, but at times you can tell he's kind of missing a little bit of focus. He's not always going to be directly on. If he's not on with a guy like Galindo, he can end up getting his first loss, so he's got to be really focused. Galindo is no joke.
I love the face from Chris, who knows it's going to be a tough fight. That's Senbatar Erdenbach, two-time Olympian from Mongolia, undefeated. But let's take a look at the tail of the tape. Both got 28 and 25 right in their primes. Look at the height advantage for Humberto Galindo. Once again, 6 inches, only a slight reach advantage. But Senenbar Erdenbach, very, very powerful, stocky, known for working the body. But Humberto Galindo, he is going to be keeping the Mongolian at distance. Lupe Contreras, get us ready for this fight in the super featherweight division.
Inside the St. Mark Center, Fresno, California. This is ProBox TV. Being sponsored by El Mexicano brand products, bringing authentic sabor to your table. Somos El Mexicano. Churchancy Gold Resort and Casino voted #1 in the Central Valley. Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. Killer Grips. Champion-inspired sports protection tape. This contest set for 10 rounds on the line. The WBA Continental North America Super Featherweight title. Este duelo, 10 vueltas por el título continental Norteamérica peso super pluma de la AMB, presidente Gilberto Jesús Mendoza. Supervisor, 4-time world champion Jorge Linares. Our judges are, los jueces son Joe Faberstein, Gerard White, y Edward Collantes. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing blue with gold trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de azul con vivos dorados. Su peso oficial, 129 libras y un cuarto, his official weight, 129 1/4 pounds. Con un récord profesional de 14 victorias, 3 derrotas, 3 empates, 11 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. As a professional, he has 14 victories against 3 losses, 3 draws, 11 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting straight out of TJ, Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, Humberto Galindo. En la esquina roja, vestido de rojo con plateado y negro. In the red corner, he enters wearing red with silver and black. He weighed in at 130 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 130 libras. Esta noche, ese 2 veces olímpico. Entra al cuadrilátero con un récord invicto profesional de 12 victorias. 6 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this 2-time Olympian enters the ring an undefeated pro with 12 victories. 6 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Center Leg, Mongolia, Zendi Hero, Zenbatar Erdeneva. Our referee is Rudy Barragan.
Got your instructions, okay? Right here. Let's get the line. Right here, okay? All right. Do me a favor. Take the sauce at all times. Okay, obey my commands at all times. Good luck to you both.
Senbatar Erdenbach. We talk about the amateur credentials. Could be why the odds are so skewed in his favor. Senbatar Erdenbach minus 900. Remember the last fight, it was minus 1,000? Well, that was an action-packed affair. It was much closer than that. Will we get the same tonight? That is the question. Round number 1. Senbatar Erdenbach in the red and white trunks.
You know, Jimmy, when you asked me about certain fighters who fit the ProBox TV mold, I mentioned Nicholas Flaz, I mentioned Akitsugi. Erdenbach is another guy that really does fit the ProBox mold, who I do see fighting in world title fights, world-class fights in the next year to 2 years.
Yeah, Galindo in the blue and gold.
Galindo can fight, man. He came out, he started with a combination. 2 or 3 punch combination to start the fight.
He's taking on Raymond Murataya, knocked him down in the first round, was knocked out by a body shot in the 9th round of that fight, but came out strong, and looks like he's coming out strong again.
Yeah, and that was at 135 where he dropped Muay Thai. Muay Thai is a big 35-pounder. Just got elevated to the IBF World title with Lomachenko retiring. So Galindo's no joke. So this is another opportunity where we have a ProBox TV
counter.
Stepping up.
Sharp counter with the right uppercut from Galindo. Follows it up with a combination.
We talk about the height advantage of Galindo, but he's the one kind of pressing forward when he's attacking, at least, Paulie.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying to hold range, but I guess on the attack, he's open. Gotta be careful with Erdenbot's sneakiness, man. He changes speeds very well. That's one of the real assets Erdenbot has. He looks like sort of lackluster, and all of a sudden it picks up speed, and he'll take it into fifth gear real quick. So that change of speed can make him difficult to time. Good body shots there.
Nice, yeah. You can see the red marks on Galindo's body already.
Galindo trying to throw a combination, but again, there Erdenbot has to give ground.
Galindo's landing some good, clean shots, head and body.
Erdenbot's coach did most of the talking in the fighter meetings, and he said, look, my guy is best when he's sharp. He's at his best when he's a little bit afraid, and he should be in this fight. Galindo's a big step up for him.
Galindo's really picking his spots nicely.
And Galindo keeps looking for that counter uppercut as well.
Good shot against a shorter man who's coming forward.
Especially the southpaw.
Yeah, the way that Erdenbot is. Yeah, with guys with lesser pedigree, Erdenbot is usually able to walk them down and use his head movement to close distance. Here, he's having trouble with Galindo, who's able to pick him off with shots like that. But the physicality.
Inside, he's an absolute bull.
Yeah. I mean, he's in his weight class. This is where he's supposed to be. 130 is the weight class that Erdenbot really deserves to be in. We've had him at 35 and 37 on our air, but that's not where he belongs.
Oh, winging that right hand.
He's got to be careful loading up shots, so Galindo can put those pot shots in between.
Yeah, Galindo read that well.
Chris, you and I were both wrestlers. When guys get inside, sometimes it's just those bulls that can fling you around. You see Erdenbot has that kind of power, that kind of stockiness.
I mean, you just look at his body. Yeah. It's there. You look at these two body types, you can kind of tell what kind of fighter they're going to be.
Into the corner of Senbatar Erdenbot. His coach said he has all the skills. It's a matter of putting them all together and putting them on display. When I mentioned that he has there's a little bit of criticism out there that when Erdenbot gets you hurt, he tends to then back off and kind of wait. And his coach goes, yeah, well, he's a boxer. Don't expect him to take a risk if he doesn't absolutely have to. Will he have to take some risks in this fight as we begin round number 2?
Yeah, but Erdenbot, even before he hurts you, he has a tendency to be a little lackadaisical with his approach. And when you got a guy like Galindo, you can't really do that. You got to be primed and on with guys at high level.
Chris, how often you heard the talent problem?
Yeah.
Right? A little bit of that. He tends to be more talented than his opponents and can kind of go into cruise control, but I think he's being forced to fight right now.
No, I think it's a good thing. It's him stepping up, I think, is going to be positive overall.
Yeah, he's trying to really assert himself here in the second round, but he's got to work on being first here, and also being deceptive, because Galindo can counter, as you can see right there.
Good read.
Yeah, Galindo had a 6-week camp. He said he spent most of that time working on his right-hand counters, just like that, trying to sneak in the right hand.
He's landed some good ones in that first round. You're fighting a southpaw. It's a great weapon.
Nice check hook there from Erdenbot. Nice shots on the turn. Real thinking fight here between these two guys, and both guys really reactive.
Yeah, high-level chess thus far. Both men very confident, too. You can see it in their body language.
Yeah. And the distance that they're fighting at. They're choosing to fight at that middle to close distance constantly.
Well, I mean, Erdenbot's coach said he's a boxer. This is a boxing match. Two guys who are putting their skills on display.
A little right check hook there from Erdenbot.
Also good to see both these guys in the weight class they're supposed to be in. Both of them have fought at higher weight classes, fighting up. They're both at 130 tonight.
Again, that right hook from Erdenbot. He's trying to find a home with it.
He's using nice level changes and hand control to land it, to be deceptive.
The ref warns Erdenbot to listen for the break, but I thought he did fine not to accept the clinch, not to accept the hold of Galindo.
I'm surprised by kind of the lack of jabs by Galindo. I know it's southpaw versus orthodox, but he's the taller guy, a slight reach advantage, but not really throwing a lot of jabs, kind of waiting for those right-hand counters.
Yeah, it's probably the rights.
Probably one thing you could probably do better, right, is use that jab a little bit. You can also use the elite hand to set up your counter right hand, because you can sort of draw punches out of your opponent and then counter with the right hand if you're looking for those right hand counters.
Yeah, Erdenbot jabbing pretty effectively so far.
Yeah, I thought Galindo was jabbing pretty well in the first round. He's completely abandoned here in round 2. Not even pawing with it. I was generally the taller guy when I fought, and every southpaw I fought, I kept their front hand busy with my hand, whether I was trying to land effective jabs on scoring blows, but I was attacking that front hand.
A thudding shot at the end of the round for Zapata Erdenbot. Galindo not as busy in round number 2, but we're busy. That's right, August 15th, back in Florida, Plant City. Yakubov, 22-1, 12 knockouts versus William Foster III, 19-2. 11 of those wins by knockout. Coming back to ProBox TV is the American, with outstanding his last time out for us. Looking forward to that one in the super featherweight division. And this one, of course, Zapata Erdenbot versus Humberto Galindo. This also in the super featherweight division. Fighter from Mongolia, as we mentioned, 2-time Olympian, almost a 3-time Olympian. Lost in the finals of the Olympic trials. Has all the technique. His coach just says he needs to put it together, but Humberto Galindo really outworked in that second round.
And you see the lack of jabs allows Erdenbot to literally just walk forward with his hands up into punching range, where I would prefer to see Galindo actually fire as Erdenbot crosses that critical distance line.
Yeah, and with the jab, it would force Erdenbot to think a little bit.
Right.
You know, because Galindo has good reflexes. He's got a good balance, so if he adds a jab to it, it would force a lot of thinking out of Erdenbot. Instead, Erdenbot is able to close that gap pretty well. Erdenbot just has to tighten up that right hook a little bit. Sometimes he loads up with it too much and he misses it. It comes up over the top of it as Galindo sees it.
Ooh, good well-timed check hook there from the southpaw. And again, because Galindo's not using that jab first,
he's doing everything else
with the counter right hand.
He's changing levels. He's trying everything else. He's not using that jab
shot.
Erdenbot knows he's right there for that title opportunity, 12-0. Hoping to move to 13-0 tonight. But gentlemen, we've seen fighters with that record and that resume, especially with his amateur pedigree, be right in that title conversation. Good combination by Galindo.
Nice response there from Erdenbot with a hard left hand. That's the thing. I mean, if you want to get a title shot with 12, 13 fights, it's possible, but you're going to have to really impress.
Yeah.
It's not just a regular win that's going to get it for you.
And it's not just who you beat, it's how you beat them.
Yeah.
No. And especially with a guy like Erdenbot, where you see how talented he is.
Good right hand.
3-2 from Galindo. Erdenbot actually looked to his corner. Ooh, good shot. Straight left hand there. These guys are both very sharp tonight. Good
There's that jab again from Erdenbot. The jab.
He's been the superior the superior jabber tonight.
The jab that Galindo's not using. Erdenbot is taking advantage with his own jab.
Good response from Erdenbot after taking those 2 good hard shots. He's really starting to take control here. That's the thing. He needs to be switched on. When he's on, he's a nightmare. Nice shots. Good right.
Starting to bully Galindo just a bit.
Went to the left hook to the liver and then came back with a right hook on the other side.
It's hard to defend when you go high-low on opposite sides like that.
Yeah, good variation.
Good feint
from Erdenbot. Starting to get comfortable close range again. Let's see if Galindo has a response here.
He locked in.
Galindo's starting to jab, though. A few jabs from Galindo a second ago. Not enough as Erdenbot walks him down now.
Starting to walk through the punches.
Good second half of this round for Erdenbot.
Senvatar Erdenbot, a confidence fighter. He was certainly growing in confidence on that third round, starting to bull his way forward. Will Humberto Galindo have an answer in round number 4? Oh, nice hook over the top to start the round. Humberto Galindo, although young, he started boxing as a professional at age 17. Look at the jabs landed. Erdenbot 23-8, not even close. Yeah, he's the shorter fighter.
Like you said, Jimmy, the superior jabber has certainly been the Mongolian tonight. He gets back on that southpaw jab in between.
And that's the thing about a lot of right-handers. When they fight southpaws, a lot of them lose the jab, you know. While on the other side, southpaws see more right-handers. So if they're the kind of southpaw jab,
nice
they'll use it. Nice left hand there, right?
But also, but again, Erdenbot got such a deep amateur pedigree. He's seen everything.
Galindo, without that lead hand, really hasn't been able to make his power a factor outside of the occasional counter right hand. Hasn't been able to really initiate.
That's a nice step around by Erdenbot, stepping around to the weak side and using that left hand to the body and to the head. Some of the moves we saw Akitsugi doing also in the southpaw stance. Stepping over to the weak side.
It's not easy to double the rear hand either.
Yeah.
That's
when you get the angle, a good body shot there from Erdenbot. When you get the angle on that opposite stance, though, it's a logical shot to throw. Because you get an angle where the opposition can't punch back at you.
Erdenbot's really setting up nice left hands to the head and to the body here. Hey, there it is again.
Good looping left.
Oh, the body shot.
Yeah,
you see the redness.
In the ribs,
you see the redness on the side of the rib cage of Galindo.
Both guys have tattoos that are good targets.
Right. I was thinking that earlier.
Yep. Erdenbot has also, he has such a poker face. You don't no emotion.
None.
On his part at all.
Calm, cool, collected.
Yeah.
Gorilla on one side, commie mask on the other.
Some scary tattoos these guys got.
Good stuff. Appreciate a good tattoo.
Oh, another good left hand. This has been the most dominant round for either guy tonight, and Erdenbot is just really taking over. Good different looks there.
Talk about the level of opposition that Galindo has fought. I mean, but it's the idea that had 2 draws in a row and he was brought in at the B side, so he has heart, but hasn't really been able to get his offense out of second gear yet.
Yeah. One of those was to Abraham Nova, who's a multi-time title challenger.
Yeah. He was brought up very, very tough. We see in the face of Galindo, just kind of this, maybe a little bit of a lack of urgency or really wanting to be in the fight, you know?
Yeah, a little glazed over,
Yeah,
right?
a little glazed over, yeah.
Not like he's hurt, just like he's not really in it the way you'd want to see him. He's not, doesn't seem that switched on. His coach just dapped him up as if like, all right, come on, man, let's go.
Again, round number 5 scheduled for 10. If you're going to turn it on, now's the time. He may have taken round number 1, but it's been Zapata Erdenbot since then.
And really, it's been the strength of the jab. Because the jab has been setting up the rear power shots. He's also stepping off really nicely with those slides. Right hook hasn't quite found home yet, but keeps
he's got to shorten it up a little bit.
It's too wide.
Somebody throws a little bit too wide, too excited to use that right hook at times. But yeah, overall, a good rhythm that has, you know, found some home. Good shot there over the top of Galindo's jab with a right hook.
I think the jab and the left hands from Erdenbot have both been really sharp. You know, the right hook obviously could be a little bit better, but
lead hand, very educated.
Excellent footwork.
We're seeing that the total punches landed for Erdenbot more than 2-1 over Galindo.
Yeah, that's not surprising to me at all. You know, he landed 21 punches last round. That's a good round.
5-1-ish, a little bit more than that.
21-4. Like I said, that was the most dominant round of the fight thus far for either man, and the numbers say that.
And Galindo's going to have to try something new. What he's doing now is not working. He's going to have to make some adjustments here.
And that tendency, as we've seen before, for Erdenbot when he's ahead, he's kind of in control, to kind of go into cruise control. If you allow him to do that, he's going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, he just gets comfortable and it's like, all right, I'm better than you, whatever. But that's what I'm talking about if you want to get early title shots, again, it's the way you win, too. So if he wants to push the envelope in the rankings and impress people, you know, he's definitely got an impressive boxing style. He's got all the ability, he's got world-class ability, but you're going to walk yourself into a title shot, you're going to have to do it in a way where you're more impressive than the rest.
I think, like, skill-wise, I actually can...
Southpaw.
Yeah, turn southpaw, land a good straight left hand. Going back to orthodox.
In terms of skills, I would actually put him and Akitsugi pretty close. The difference is work ethic.
Yeah.
Akitsugi works a lot harder.
Big overhand right.
Erdenbot with a bit more power. He falls in love with his power sometimes.
But, well, you know, as he domesticates guys with that power, and then he's okay with cruising.
Yeah.
Akitsugi, because he's not a puncher, the guys are in it the whole time. He's got to stay sharp, as we just saw.
Which is why he builds as the fight goes on. He gets better and better. We haven't really seen Erdenbot struggle in any fight thus far.
Good variation on the shots. And no tell on any of the punches. Keeps it very calm.
I really like how he mixes offense and defense together so well.
And it's so
seamless.
It's exactly so seamless, so casual on his part. It's like he's in a business meeting, you know, anytime he's in a fight.
Welcome back, ProBox TV. Halfway through this fight that's scheduled for 10 rounds. Zapata Erdenbot winning this behind volume and power punches, gentlemen.
Oof, that punch scares me. I broke my thumb like that, throwing a big looping overhand shot and landing with the thumb on the side of the jaw. You got to be careful with those kind of punches. If you don't hit with those knuckle sides, you can do more damage than you cause to yourself.
Zapata Erdenbot right now having a lot of confidence in those power shots. Hard to say at this point he's not comfortably ahead as we reach the halfway point.
Like you said, Jimmy, other than the first round, Galindo hasn't really done enough for me.
Especially against a guy with that international amateur experience. He's not going away. Not going to punch himself out. He's not going to do anything stupid.
He's also not using that much energy.
Yeah.
Nice double jab. Left hand's down below. That's one thing. The one time that Galindo was stopped was against Morataya, and it was body shots. Got dropped several times in that fight to the body. Good.
That's a little bit of a push. That's a push.
He landed a good body shot before that.
Yeah, he did.
Again, he was doubling up that left hand, low high.
Yeah, finishing round 9 of that fight with body shots. Although he scored a knockdown in round number 1, hasn't come close to that against Senbatar.
Well, he started fast in this fight too.
Yeah, he did.
You know, he didn't hurt Ernbot like he hurt Morataya, but whoa, big swing and a miss there.
Again, that's that falling in love with his powers at times. A bit too wide, a bit too trigger happy with the big power instead of setting it up. Sometimes he loses patience. He goes from setting up nicely, he's at about a 2 and he goes to about a 10. You need to get to about a 5 or a 6. Yeah. Set it up a little bit better. He goes from casual gears to high-speed gears all at once. You want to see him sort of build to it at times. But there's some nice jabs. Keeps his balance on the chase, though.
Yeah. I would love to see a more consistent jab. Just take a round and just establish that thing. Because it's a heavy jab, too. It's not just a touch jab. Like, he's putting the leather on you. Good read there. So body shot there from Galindo, partially blocked on the elbow. Nice combo.
Nice left hook. I'm sorry, on the way out.
Yeah, Galindo tried to put some numbers together. Senbatar timed it very well on the end of the combination.
Yeah, punched in the middle of the combination.
And it was nice. He punched to where he was going. It was good anticipation from Ernbot to punch to where he was headed.
Body to the head. And round number 6. For a brief moment there, Galindo wanted to fight fire with fire. May have thought better of it at the end.
I mean, he was actually having a good end of the round, was Galindo, but then Ernbot came back with some big shots.
Yeah, that was a right shot right in the ear after a nice jab by Galindo. Galindo posing too much after landing a punch.
Roberto Galindo in his first fight in 252 days. Is that a long layoff? Senbatar Ernbot not making it easy on him.
See how casual Ernbot just came out in that round? He came out, touched gloves, and walked back to the ropes like a sparring session. That's what, if you're Galindo, I don't know, you should feel disrespected. Like you gotta bring it to him there. He literally walked to the ropes and said, okay, you want to hit me? Okay, you don't? All right, I'll step back to the center of the ring.
Oh, good double left hand again, body head.
Problem is, his coach said, when he feels like he's in fear, that's when Senbatar's at his best. Senbatar is not in fear right now.
No.
Yeah, no. He's in the cruise control we talked about. Now Galindo having some success with the combinations.
Yeah, got to put some numbers together there.
You know, Champ, maybe he was disrespected by that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh.
You insulted him a little bit.
He landed some good shots. Back comes
Senbatar turning it on.
Oh.
Well, did you wake up the beast now? Let's see. Now can you deal with what's going to come back?
Yeah. Big smile from Ernbot as he's got Galindo against the ropes.
It's almost like, you want to fight now? Okay.
Hey.
That was telegraphic yesterday, though.
He threw that thing from last Tuesday.
Yeah. That's what I mean about him. He gets so trigger happy. He tries to go right, even these big hooks. That's what he's got to be careful with.
That's one thing that Galindo's actually been shown to pretty good all night long. Is he gets the reads on those big shots, gets underneath them.
Hasn't been blindsided by any of them.
I mean, they're not very deceptive. But
But as we said, Senbatar's thrown good jabs throughout this fight.
Yes.
So when he leads with the jab, he does very well with it.
Well, when he cuts the angle and doubles the left hand, body low, and then head, that's been really deceptive. But a lot of the big shots when he loads up are not. Nice jab there from Galindo. The rare jab. But back comes Erdenbach with the bigger jabs. Oof, stiff.
Yeah, thudding shots with a fighter from Mongolia.
Yeah, this is our second Olympian on the card tonight.
Yeah.
And once again, like, you see these flashes from both these guys that are so good, but they leave you longing. They leave you longing for more.
We'll get another one with Veron, right?
Yeah, Veron's another one. We got 3 Olympians on the card tonight. Good call, champ.
The counter there from Galindo, but it's Erdenbach that responds. And Galindo, no follow-up after he lands his punches.
Again, I believe he's been domesticated by the skill set. Not following up. Also, maybe a little ring rust.
Good double jab left hand there. Simple shots, sharp by Erdenbach.
And Erdenbach, who had 3 fights on our air and then went back to Mongolia and had a fight, has been pretty active.
Good stuff at the end of the round. Round number 8, 3 more to go, and this fight's scheduled for 10. You thought maybe that mentally Humberto Galindo was out of this fight, didn't want any more of it. He's shown some flash in the last couple rounds. Good combinations, but Zapata Erdenbach come right back with power.
Yeah, he's showing his class in spots. Here we're seeing how casual he is, leaning against the ropes with one arm up. Good hard feint there. Another one.
Again, just playing with him now. You can't let him get away with that if you're Galindo. That's just disrespectful now.
Yeah, he's playing with you, like you said, playing with his food. But that's what I mean about Galindo. He's been domesticated over
Biting
these
on
rounds.
every feint.
Yeah.
He gave you 7 feints in a row without throwing a punch, and you bit on every one of them.
And you got hit.
And then at the end, he did get hit. Yeah.
Oof, and again. Good jab, man. Oof.
Thudding body shots.
You're seeing Galindo wilt now. He's allowing Erdenbach to do whatever he wants. Again, that's it, a big swing and a miss. He allowed Galindo to do a little bit too much work, and then he goes with one big shot. Like you said, champ, it's going from 2 to 10.
Yep.
Nothing in between.
Nothing in between. Doesn't build up to it.
Good body shot.
Yeah, I want to see him cut the ring off here and get to Galindo's. Galindo might have felt that when he was trying to run away from it.
Galindo's got a good chin, man. He's getting hit with some big left hands upstairs.
And the last thing you want on ProBox TV is the commentators complimenting your chin. Last thing you want.
Yeah. It means you're generally not in the fight anymore.
And you see that clubbing shot. I think he's pushing Galindo back. That's the strength he's shown throughout his career. And now Galindo turning it on a bit. It's like then he settles right back into the same pattern we've seen since, let's say, round number 2.
I think a lot of that comes from just the the defensive awareness of Erdenbach making you miss full combinations.
The thing about Erdenbach too, he's been pretty much dominant in this fight. He's never had to really get out of maybe second gear, third gear at the most. Still, we've not gotten to see Erdenbach in a situation where he's got to consistently be on high alert. Like his trainer said, you know, where he's at his best when he feels in danger.
We've never really seen him struggle.
Yeah. That's why, from one end, you want to see him at the next level. But on the other end, again, it's when he kind of paces through these fights like this, it hurts his chances of getting a shot in his next fight.
I think he's the kind of guy that the higher the competitive level he goes to, the better he's going to be. It's not quite at the Shakur Stevenson level, but I remember Bob Arum asking me about what to do with Shakur. I'm like, just put him in with the best guys. He's going to do the same thing.
Yeah. The problem is they don't want to fight him.
Right.
Exactly, Paulie. Where you look at, you have to be marketable enough to kind of get those opportunities to show what you got.
Well, are people going to fight Erdenbach either? He's dangerous as hell.
Yeah.
That's why, what you were saying, Champ, is like, it's how you win. You've got to force yourself into these situations. And you got wins like this that you're not forcing the issue, you're not pushing the needle where people have to fight you.
Yeah.
And we're underway, round number 9. Of a fight that has been controlled by Senbatar Erdenbach. And Humberto Galindo, the fighter from Tijuana, can he turn it on here? Make his power punching a factor. Oh, nice left hand.
The corner of Galindo is urging him on. Every time he lets his hands go, they're telling him more and more and more. But just having a hard time. Ooh,
nice right hook.
That time he shortened it up, and it landed good. Ooh, good snappy jab there from Galindo.
Return fire with a hook from Erdenbach.
A little surprised we're not seeing much body work from the Mongolian. You got a guy with a long torso. He's been stopped to the body before. With the angles he's creating, the jabs he's landing, there's opportunities for him.
Now Galindo uses a jab. Now he's jabbing.
Just in time, round number 9.
Ooh, Erdenbach continues to be first.
At this short range where his power certainly much more of a factor. Another good right hook over the top.
That was nice. Good level changes with those shots.
Yeah, Galindo was looking for a counter right uppercut there as well.
Nice.
Yeah, Champ, you mentioned at the top, the change of speed of Erdenbach, really impressive.
Yeah, he does that very well. If he would just keep his punches shorter and tighter all the time, sometimes he lets himself go a little too much and he makes them too wide. But right there, you just saw a good example of when he does it right, though.
Good feints, too. Nice. Little stutter, 1-2. And
change of angle there on the pivot.
Yep, and good defense with it. Again, that smooth transition, the seamless defense and offense transition.
This is another pretty good fighter that he's made look very average.
Yep.
I mean, Galindo's no slouch. Not in the play with no slouch, and Erdenbach has dominated. And dominated in a casual way.
Right.
Almost like he wasn't even trying.
Hey, he's taking him for a walk.
But it's allowed Senbatar to stay in what we would call maybe third gear the entire fight. We want to see him kind of get out of that in this fight, and he hasn't had to.
That might be second gear, honestly.
Yeah.
It might not even be third.
I consider third gear at least a busy jab. Like when you have to at least constantly jab and then use something. There's big spots where Erdenbach just fainting.
How about being out of breath?
Yeah.
Right. I think third gear, you can be a little out of breath going to your corner.
All right, let's call it second gear.
Erdenbach looks like he's waiting for the bus.
Right. Look at it here, and when he opens up and lets his hands go, Galindo has had some success. He's also eaten power punches for the fighter from Mongolia. Round number 10. What does Humberto Galindo have left in a fight where the way we scored, he's won maybe one round, came out, threw a lot in round number 1. That's about it. The rest have been dominated by Senbatar Erdenbach.
This looked like, one on paper, it was going to be a competitive fight.
Yes.
First round looked like it was going to be a competitive fight. It has not been.
No.
Erdenbach has been in total control, has domesticated Galindo, has shown flashes of brilliance. Effortlessly is a great addition to that. It's gotten easier as it's gone on, too.
Nice shot there by Erdenbach.
Man.
Educated with the lead hand, use that backhand.
No, he's
nicely. Those combinations. He's showing a little bit of everything here in this round.
Good shots.
Now ripping body shots.
Galindo trying to fight here as well.
Listen, Galindo's tough, man. He's fighting back. You're from Tijuana, you're tough.
Erdenbach gave him a nod, like, all right.
So you're still here. Might have pushed yourself out a little bit. That's another thing about Erdenbach. You wonder, like, what kind of conditioning is he in? You see how nonchalant he is. Is he that way when he runs? He's that way in the gym? Yeah.
Coach said everything I asked him to do, he finds a way to easily. He finds a way to do it. I'm going to explain it to him. He's got a great fight IQ, great training IQ. Read. We're seeing that here so far.
No, his IQ is super high. You see that. So is his athleticism.
Complaining about back of the head.
What would you call that before, Jimmy? The talent paradox?
Where it's, you know, it's easy because I'm talented.
Yeah, you're so gifted. You're so physical. Again, very different than Akitsugi. Akitsugi, I don't see him as a super physical talent. He's just a guy who works super hard and stays focused and is very disciplined.
He's got to earn it, right?
Yes, right. Oh, good. Half in, out, left hand.
You see Erdenbach stepped around there, and Galindo actually cut off the ring, but then it was Erdenbach that hit him when they met.
Galindo's tough. He's still in there. He's obviously in good shape. He's got a good chin, but he's outclassed tonight.
And Erdenbach cruising with about 30 seconds left to go in the final round.
And you can see he doesn't have an answer. He doesn't know exactly what to do, where he's going to go, where he's going to be. Nothing has been consistently effective. Ooh. When he gives those stutter 1-2s, that's very, very difficult for Galindo to stop. Probably the busiest round for Erdenbach tonight.
Ends it off, landing big punches.
Nothing to save it for, right?
Yep. Can't take your punches home with you. And Senbatar Erdenbach should stay undefeated. 13-0. But in a sense, Chris, we didn't get what we wanted. We didn't have to see him go into his bag of tricks. Didn't have to see him get apparently out of second gear.
No, and you know, are we being greedy? Because obviously he's going out, he's dominating these fights, he's showing his class, but it's just not enough, man. I want to see more from him. I know because he has it. Like you said, the bag of tricks. I know his bag is deep.
Yeah.
I know his bag is deep. I want to see what's in the bottom of that bag. I want to see what happens when he digs in.
100 miles an hour is pretty fast, but not for a Ferrari.
Right.
And we got a Ferrari here. Yeah. It's obvious he can do more than what we're seeing.
No, I mean, he's obviously a very physically talented, but also he's got a very high boxing IQ to go along with it. Just like I said earlier, I really think he's just going to have to be thrown into the deep end with some top-level talent to make him fight at his very best.
What we saw tonight was a man fighting at a measured pace and doing it extremely well. And also, Humberto Galindo, I mean, I don't remember a fight where I saw him this inactive. He just didn't seem to do as much. Yeah, we've seen him finished in previous fights, but
he was
never.
in the fight.
Yeah, he was in the fight.
He wasn't in this fight at all.
Nah.
And that just goes to show you the level of Erdenbach. I mean, Galindo is a good fighter, tough fighter. Never seen him dominated like this. And he's been in with some top-level guys. Not to mention, I don't think we talked about this. This is only his 13th fight, Erdenbach.
Early on in his pro career, and it'll be another win. Lupe, let's make it official.
After the long 10 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Después de completar las 10 vueltas, esta es la decisión oficial. Judge Farstein scores at 97-93 and Wet Farstein anotó 97-93. Judge White, 98-92, el juez White 98-92, y el juez Collantes anotó 99-91. Judge Collantes scores it 99-91. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision, los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. Still undefeated, Zendi Hero, Zenbatar,
This is a guy who looks like right now he could maybe do a triathlon, do a quick run, get another workout, because you see not a mark on his face, doesn't even look winded.
Yeah, I mean, judges have been good tonight. I thought 99-91 was right. I could see 98-92. Giving Galindo 3 rounds, bit of a stretch for me, but regardless, it was a dominant win for Erdenbach. He did it, he made it look easy.
Made it look easy tonight. In there with the power punches, the sharp movement, good accuracy. And as you said, Chris, it might just take that step up to maybe a world-class guy, world champion, former world champion, former really good contender to bring the best out of this kid.
Yeah, I don't really know what else there is to do with him, because these level of guys, this is what it always looks like. He's dominant, he domesticates them quite early, and he goes into cruise control and goes away with a wide decision.
That's the difficulty, is you have a talent in front of you with so much ability. What is next for him? That is the question. Well, one question I can answer is what is next for us? 10 rounds in the light flyweight division. Eric Badillo versus Gerardo Zapata here on ProBox TV. It's going to be a great one. 10 rounds when we come back. Don't go anywhere on ProBox TV. Welcome back to ProBox TV as we get ready for our co-main event of the evening. Eric Badillo versus Gerardo Zapata. It is Mexico versus Nicaragua. Much anticipated showdown, 17-0 versus 15-2-1. Of course, our main event tonight was supposed to feature super middleweight Lester Martinez has been through so much as a pro, red hot right now in the super middleweight division, but ran into some medical issues, and not just medical issues that had been dogging him for quite a while. The ladies fight with Joe Sean James, a lot of medical tests. And one thing that's very important to us here at ProBox TV is the health and safety of our fighters. Fans deserve to know about the status of our fighter. Give an update, medical update on him right now, and check it out about Lester Martinez.
Hello, this is Robert Briceno, expert in neural stimulation, and well, after check Lester and checked his MRI, his latest MRI, we found out that his problem wasn't related to anything like the brain or anything like that. So the problem was a neuroentrapment under the suboccipital muscles that caused the symptoms. Those symptoms are very similar to migraine, strong headaches, but it's nothing related with the brain. It's almost everything related with a neural compression. So we did a few tests. We basically find the nerve with the ultrasound. We place a needle, put a needle next to the nerve. We stimulate that nerve with some certain protocols that we do. And basically the pain appears again. So we discovered that we find out that the problem was caused by the neural entrapment. So the only thing that we're gonna need is like train him like 2 or 3 times more, and in a couple of weeks he's gonna be ready to start training again, and probably the pain disappear completely. Now that we know where the problem comes from, it's like very easy to treat it and prevent that this happen again in the future. So it's something that has an easy solution, only requires treatment. He hasn't received any treatment before, so related to this problem. So now we know exactly what he has and how to fix it. So it won't be a big deal for in the future for the next fights.
Raul Valdez-Souza, thank you so much for that medical update. He's being taken care of as we speak. Good news is not a concussion, not a brain injury, little nerve issue that is being taken care of. Hopefully we see Lester Martinez back in the ring very, very soon. Right there in the ring right now, Gerardo Zapata from Managua, Nicaragua. In what he calls the biggest fight, the biggest opportunity of his career. We talk to both of these gentlemen about what's in front of them. It is world title or bust from this point on. Eric Badillo from Mexico. You hear the crowd yelling for him, 17-0. Take a look at the tail of the tape. Badillo, 29 years old, 1 year younger than his opponent. Only 1 inch difference in height, 1 inch difference in reach. The difference between these two fighters simply isn't in the numbers. It's going to be in the heart and their performance tonight in our co-main event. Lupe Contreras, get it started.
We continue inside the Safe Mart Center, Fresno, California. This is ProBox TV, being sponsored by El Mexicano brand products. Bring authentic sabor to your table. Somos El Mexicano. Chick Chancy Gold Resort and Casino voted #1 in the Central Valley. Jersey Mike's, a sub above, and Killer Grips. Champion Inspired Sports Protection Tape. This contest, set for 10 rounds, a WBC World Title Eliminator. In the Junior Flyweight Division, este duelo pactado de 10 vueltas. Un combate eliminatorio del CMB en la división peso mini mosca. WBC President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Nancy Rodriguez. Our judges at ringside. Los jueces son Rudy Barragán, Iván Guillermo, and Gerard White. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner. He enters wearing blue with white trim, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de azul con vivos blancos, su peso oficial, 107 libras y media, his official weight, 107.5 pounds. A nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 15 victorias, solo 2 derrotas, un empate, 5 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout as a pro. He has 15 victories against 2 losses, 1 bout even, 5 of those victories coming by way of KO. De Managua, Nicaragua, 100% Nicoya, Gerardo Zapata. His opposition, the red corner, Su posición en la esquina roja, vestido del tricolor mexicano, verde, blanco y rojo. He steps in wearing the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. He weighed in at an identical 107.5 pounds. Su peso oficial, un peso idéntico de 107 libras y media. Esta noche lo arriesga todo, incluyendo su récord invicto de 17 victorias. 8 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight he puts it all on the line, including his undefeated record of 17 victories. 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. De la capital azteca, la Ciudad de México, Eric Badillo. Our referee with final instructions, Edward Collantes.
Mire, aquí y arriba son golpes legales. Aquí arriba golpes legales. Obedece mis órdenes a todo momento. Protege en todo momento. Choca guantes. Suerte.
WBC title eliminator. Winner gets a title shot. So much on the line for these two fighters. Last time Zapata was in there fighting for a title, it was the WBO Latino light flyweight title. That was against Oscar Collazo. Hurt him early, did not follow up. Will he make that mistake again, or is he refocused on the opportunity in front of him? Round number 1.
Yeah, Jimmy, Oscar Collazo is a monster.
Yes.
That was a really, he went the distance. He hurt him early. It was a really good fight. Collazo's only been the distance 3 times. Zapata was one of those guys.
Zapata in the red, white, and blue trunks. Badillo in the tricolores.
Notice a lot of southpaws tonight on ProBox as well.
A lot,
These two guys are southpaws themselves.
Yeah, a lot of southpaws tonight.
Sometimes southpaws fighting southpaws can be even more difficult for them.
They don't see southpaws either.
Right, exactly.
Everything coming from the opposite side. One thing about Zapata, just kind of an awkward style, a little bit herky-jerky.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Nicaraguans a lot of times are pretty awkward in terms of their physicality, but also good punchers.
Alexis Arguello, all-time great, a favorite of us here at ProBox TV.
Favorite of us, and he was not awkward. He was fundamentally perfect, yes.
Ricardo Mayorga?
Ricardo Mayorga, super awkward, very strong. That's who I think of when I think of, that more of the styles that you see coming out of Nicaragua.
Mayorga, one of the greatest trash talkers in the game, could piss off anybody. Zapata, a little bit quieter.
Yeah,
I think everybody's quieter than Mayorga.
Maybe the rain was a little bit.
Yeah. Mayorga would have a cigarette on the scale.
Yep.
Have a beer between rounds.
There was not tobacco in that cigarette. I'm letting you know right now.
And then a cigarette post-fight.
While doing his interviews.
Great stuff. I miss him.
Yeah, I really like what I've seen from Badillo. From the past videos that I was doing my study. I mean, he mixes up that lead hand so well, double, triples it up. Very educated right hand from the southpaw position.
We talked about the Luis Rodriguez fight. That fight in 2024, I mean, he was down once. His opponent was down 2 or 3 times. It was just back and forth. But as you said, his aggression can lead to a little bit of problems. Badillo is hittable.
No, makes him an entertaining fighter while he's here on ProBox TV. But also, he's 17-0 with 8 knockouts. He's right there, primed for a title shot. That's about when you start seeing guys looking to get in the positions for world title chances.
Zapata's got such an awkward, weird delivery to his punches.
Yeah.
It's like he's pushing them out there and aiming them. But there's a nice double jab left hand by Badillo. Good body shots to the body as well.
You can see Zapata. He's got that stringy strength. Yeah. Physical gets that nice crack, even though they look like they're getting pushed.
What did Teddy Atlas say? Don't fight skinny guys.
Yeah.
Never let my guys fight skinny guys.
Skinny, long guys.
Good body shot from Zapata.
Zapata coming out real busy in this first round.
Yeah, targeting the body a lot.
He's got long arms. You can see it. His range. He's a rangy guy.
Welcome back to ProBox TV, our co-main event. Getting ready for round number 2. Round number 1, not surprising. Volume on both sides. Light flyweight division, sometimes called minimum weight. These guys throw a lot of punches. The rule of thumb, gentlemen, in combat sports, and I think at this table we've done all of them, the lighter guys are, the more you have to do, the more you have to be aware of. Heavyweights can get away with having a couple punches. Lightweights cannot.
No, and a lot of times they win by the slightest of margins because, you know, you're not getting a bunch of knockouts, you're not getting single punches that are really making a huge difference. It's really activity and accuracy and boxing IQ.
But Badillo has decent power for this weight class. He can put you down.
Yeah, doesn't have a ton of knockouts. Only 8 knockouts in his 17 wins, but
that's a lot for this weight class.
But he's still strong. He hurts guys. Good body work from Zapata once again.
That's another thing, Paulie, about skinny guys is those loopy body punches that you don't often see.
But you can hear them; they're landing hard. He's got heavy hands. A lot of times, those long guys like that, they get that good trajectory on the punch. Those looping shots can land with some weight. Get those leverage shots in.
Badillo said very much, I'm fighting for Mexico tonight. I mean, this is a national fight. Taking on Nicaragua.
You know what else they're fighting for? Who's going to stop doing your turn, my turn?
Yeah.
So far in a round and a half, nobody's punching in between the other guy. It's your turn and my turn constantly. Somebody's going to have to figure out a way to punch in between, otherwise this is just going to continue back and forth.
Paul, you always say two fighters set up.
It's one of the most annoying things when somebody masquerades as a prospect or a contender and they're not capable of punching in between guys. So I want now, you know, it's been a round and a half. They're both taking turns punching, and neither guy punches when the other guy punches.
When two fighters set a rhythm, the one that breaks the rhythm usually wins. The one that takes the risk.
But it also takes a certain amount of skill to do that. And you don't go to another level without having that. That's a basic one.
He's talking about off-balance awkwardness, Chris. Zapata's got that spades.
Yeah, but he makes it work, man. He's landing some good shots, especially to the body. He landed a right hook upstairs a few moments ago. It definitely got the attention of Badillo. There's that body shot again, doubles it up. These guys are setting a torrid pace. Even though it's your turn, my turn, they're
as soon as one goes, one's done, the other one goes. As soon as one's done, the other one goes.
There's no break in between.
No, there's no lack of action. Someone's always punching.
Just when one guy's punching, the other one's not.
Right.
That's the thing. So therefore, the other guy can block everything. See, but now Zapata goes and Badillo doesn't punch. Now Badillo goes and Zapata's not going to punch.
No, he punched for that time.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I think he thought he was done.
Oh, you're not done? I'm sorry. You're not done yet. You can finish up. I'll go next. Ooh, nice straight left hand down to the liver there. That's southpaw and southpaw. The straight left hand goes to the liver.
All right, Badillo throwing some hooks in with him now, right? Trying to punch with him a little bit at the end of the round.
Starting to warm up a little bit.
You got to think, if you're Badillo, punching in between the wider shots of Zapata would be your plan.
Take a look at some of the action from round number 2, Chris.
I mean, just nonstop from both these guys. There was that hook that I was talking about. It was a leaping right hook that caught Badillo on the way out. He was standing a little tall. We always talk about this. When you're exiting straight back, you have to change levels. Badillo did not. He got tall. He got hit with that shot. And even if it wasn't that hard of a shot, it looked harder because he was so tall.
Because you're going back the other way, too.
Yeah, backs you up. You're tall. It knocks you off balance. It gives you an impression it was a much bigger punch than maybe it even was.
Eric Badillo looking at his corner right now. First appearance in the United States. All of his fights have been in Mexico. And folks, coming up through that system, right, where you're fighting local guys in Mexico, he's as hard as a coffin nail, Chris. No other way to say it.
Well, everybody can fight. Everybody can fight. I know a lot of prospects who go to Mexico and actually pay for the fights and lose. Because the guys can fight. They live in the gyms. They fight on the weekends for money. They don't always get the memo.
Right. You know you're the B-side, right?
Right.
Like what?
No. No, we box.
First time I saw a fight in Mexico City after the first fight, which was just a bloody nightmare. I turned to the guy next to me. I go, they all like this? I go, yeah, they're all like this. I don't, you know.
You see a lot of prospects get built in other countries. They'll go to Dominican Republic. They'll go to Colombia, whatever. Hey, listen, when you go to Mexico, there's no gimmies.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, nice double right hook. I don't know. It looks to me like Badillo is the more comfortable guy.
And he's starting to put, again, backing up. We got hit with the hook, backing up. You got to be careful.
Again. Made no adjustment from the last round. Got hit with the same punch. This time even cleaner. Good body shot.
Another
that little shovel shot up the middle. That's a nasty shot. Hits you in the solar plexus. Doesn't take much.
And it's a deceptive. It's hard to see exactly what's going.
You think he's going around, and then he goes right up the middle, splits the guard. There we go, punching with him. Badillo threw a right hook in the middle.
All right, the action's starting to get going there. All right, now I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, they're punching with each other.
Yeah, now they're punching with it. That's what I'm saying.
There it is.
Another theme tonight has been considerable layoffs. Badillo hasn't fought in 231 days.
Good shot there from Badillo. Straight left hand, right hook combination. All right, champ, we'll give him 2 rounds. Okay, 2 rounds, my turn, your turn. Now we're punching together.
Yeah, because, they were in range. Oh, nice combination there by
Zapata. Hook around the guard. His hands were up.
Man.
Yeah.
Zapata's rough, man.
Kind of rough and tumble, just kind of comes forward and somehow throws a bunch of punches, even though his balance never looks great.
It ain't pretty, but it's effective. Oh, good shot there on the inside again. Oh, and on the way out.
Badillo's got to be careful. He pulling out like that. He's gotten hit with several hooks.
Consistently
coming
pulling out.
Even if he doesn't pay for it tonight, if somebody's got to adjust for future references.
Oh,
nice hook.
That was nasty. Back to Zapata up for the first time. I like Badillo's little push-offs. Ooh, nice left hand over the top.
Yeah, because you got to create space. Sometimes he smothers himself.
Again, getting tall on the way out. He's got to really be careful with that. One, it's going to take power off your shot, which you saw that right hook didn't have anything on it. But also,
it's going to add power to the other guy's shot.
Yes, exactly.
Complaining about a headbutt is Badillo.
Yeah, I mean, it's Badillo. He's got a really bad habit of going back straight with tall.
You see, he complained about the headbutt to the ref. Maybe that's also what's sending him going backwards, saying, look at the referee complaining about a headbutt.
Oh, good right
hook there.
Zapata right now making that awkward style work. Welcome back, and what has been a very entertaining co-main event. Scheduled for 10 rounds, a light flyweight WBC title eliminator. Eric Badillo, more technical, right? The more how you would expect someone to box in a gym. But it has been Zapata who has made that unorthodox style work for him.
Yeah, both guys very effective in spots. Yeah. It is light flyweights. We do expect a lot of volume, and we've seen that from both guys. Ton of punches being thrown. It's basically 3 minutes of action each and every round.
They've gotten out of a little bit of what you were criticizing, Paul, that your turn, my turn. They are throwing at the same time a bit in round number 3.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, absolutely. They've broken out of that show. As soon as I complained about it, maybe they heard me.
Good shot! Down goes Zapata! Wow!
He's hurt.
Yeah,
he went straight back. They were equal, 37 punches apiece, but that's about to not matter.
The 38th one was a big one.
That's the biggie, Paulie.
Big opportunity here for Badillo. He's still hurt, Zapata. He's not punching back.
Badillo smothered himself.
Right, which he's been doing.
Now here's where that awkward style can hurt you, Chris, because he's vulnerable to these shots.
Oh, good body shot on the inside there. Smart Badillo to go back downstairs. Oh,
nice
the same
hook
shot
again.
He's looking for it. He's got to be careful looking for the same shot, though, but so far, I'm not sure Zapata has recovered yet.
He's coming back with heavy shots, though.
He's recovering the way he knows how, which is firing back. Also keeping that defense very, very high.
Champ, it was interesting. Remember last round, we saw that lead right hook by Badillo, which is the same punch that just dropped him and caught him again. Oh,
vicious body work.
Nice dig to the body with the right hand.
Zapata, this is veteran stuff from him, though. Hands up, smothering when he needs to, Paulie, doing everything to stay in this fight.
Physically come forward, too.
But also got up slowly. We made eye contact with the ref. Very, 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 very veteran stuff from Zapata to survive that.
And gentlemen, you know as well as I do, when you fall that stiff, 9 times out of 10, it's over. And he was able to kind of rally back in this fight.
Yeah, no, he's back in. His balance is back. I don't know if the cobwebs are out, but the legs are back.
He may be wondering why this guy's throwing punches at him, but he's with it. He's throwing back.
Yeah, I might not know who this guy is, but he's punching me. There's that shot again, an attempt. But Badillo needs to be careful getting out tall. Oof.
Those flicky shots.
And Jimmy, we talked about Badillo. You know, he only got 8 KOs and 17 wins, but at this weight class, it's respectable power. And we said he does hurt guys.
Akitsugi earlier tonight has, what, 3 and 13 wins?
Right,
you know, it's just, they'll punch you.
Yeah,
still hurts.
We got a lot of sneaky punchers on our card tonight.
It's like Badillo may need to take a break. Spent a lot of gas trying to get Zapata out of there.
Yeah, and we were wondering when one of these guys was going to separate themselves. And Badillo did it in exciting, explosive fashion. Having a really good round here. Still smothered himself, but getting a lot of work done.
Man. What a round from Eric Badillo.
Talk about surging ahead.
Yeah, had a Nicaraguan who was tough as nails in front of him. Able to get the knockdown. Let's take a look at it.
To see that lead right hook, bang. Yes, a lead. Just a jumping in shot.
A little bit of Canelo-esque move there.
Yes,
you know, Canelo has that little sweeping hook that it looks like when it's going to come out of the
look
jab.
ahead of Zapata. Bounces off the canvas.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, 9 times out of 10, that's it.
Yeah. Or sometimes it wakes you up, though. With the 1 time out of 10, you hit your head on the canvas and it wakes you up. But that's that sweeping, deceptive lead hand hook that almost looks like a jab when it's first coming out, and then it kind of turns into a hook. Canelo does that really well, and Badillo almost mimicked it up from the southpaw stance.
And also, guys, they tend to actually blind themselves with their glove and goes right around it. They don't see it, and it catches them.
Also, it makes you want to parry that jab, and then all of a sudden the hook comes around it.
Yep. Yeah, having a good hook off the jab is a beautiful weapon to have. That was a really nice shot.
Question, if you're a Zapata fan right now, is has he recovered? Shortest minute of your life? A minute after getting knocked out. That is the shortest minute of your life.
I don't know. I thought he looked pretty good toward the end of the round.
He did. He did.
Again, a tough, gnarly veteran, Zapata.
All right, now 7th in the WBC. That is Zapata, and you see why. I mean, as you said, Chris, he's tough, knows how to make that awkward style work, and he looks physically back in this fight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I think his balance was back at the end of the last round. You started seeing heavy punches coming in, which is a good sign about balance being back. You know, Zapata's coming off a win where he got revenge from a draw earlier in his career, so he's riding high.
He's able to win tonight. This will be his first win outside of Nicaragua. What a moment that would be for him. Also, once again, guaranteeing him a WBC title shot. But Badillo really feeling confident. Those little micro movements, being an angle, so much more successful.
Yeah, and changes the punch angle as well, and keeps Zapata's hands home. See where he is now. But Zapata is kind of a your turn, my turn guy. And when you change the punch angles like that, it does force Zapata to keep those hands home defending.
And also, Paulie, it's the downside of having kind of an awkward style is you don't turn as effectively. You're not
you
get over your skis a lot. Yeah.
Well, he's also just trying to throw everything so hard. You know, he's got heavy hands, but he's long. He's got to generate power with momentum for those shots, so it does get him off balance at times. Where Badillo has much shorter punching, better technique. Ooh, like that.
Turn to the ref like he's complaining about something. I don't know what he's complaining about.
I love when Badillo puts his punches together short like that. He picks his spots really nice, finds holes, just touches, not loading up.
It goes to show you, when it's effortless, it's smoother and it's harder time for the opponent.
Shades of Akitsugi, Nicholas Flaws, two guys in our era with that kind of style, right?
But these are just the way flyweights do. The minimum flyweights, this is the way they fight, man. Reminds me of like a Chocolatito who's constantly punching and sliding. And, you know, Badillo was saying that he was getting some great sparring with some tip-top guys. Quadras, who's a fantastic Mexican fighter down at these lower weights. That's awesome work.
Good action round so far here.
Been a good action fight.
They haven't slowed down at all.
No, this is full on.
Zapata certainly showing he's back in this fight. Welcome into the corner of Geraldo Zapata, shaking off the cobwebs. So are we. We're coming back August 15th. I will not get into the flight to get here for my broadcast partners, Chris Algieri, Paulo Manacci, but we're driving to this one August 15th.
I prefer that.
Is it? Don't you? North Florida's going to be an outstanding fight.
I miss driving to fights.
We're going to that one, and we have an outstanding fight in front of us, round number 6. Scheduled for 10. We're at the halfway point. We didn't know if we'd see that after Zapata got floored in round number 4.
A thrilling fight, but also big title implications for the winner of this fight.
Title eliminator, WBC.
And that's one thing you're seeing with ProBox TV. You know, as the brand and the platform grows, we're seeing higher level on all these shows. These guys who are stepping into big fights, title contention. We have some world champions who've come across our area.
A win on ProBox TV means a lot now.
Yes.
You know, a win on ProBox TV, you know, is a good thing to have on your resume, because it shows that, okay, you are ready to possibly step up to that next level.
Well, because everyone knows what reputation means if you win here. We used to always say, oh, if you return for more than one fight in ProBox TV, you know, you're really going for it. Now we got guys who fight 2, 3, 4 fights of their career on back-to-back shows with ProBox TV.
Oh, what a great combination.
Shots. Zapata felt that. Yeah, leaning over, getting square. You know, we spoke about the awkwardness of Zapata, but how pretty is the stuff that Badillo's putting together, right?
Real sharp.
And he's getting sharper as the fight progresses, too, guys.
Much sharper.
Starting to really come into his own here. He's getting, you know, you said he goes off a long way off, right, Jimmy? So, so you see that it's just sharpness. There, nice defensive slip slides.
Really
230
nice.
days.
Really nice stuff there. And this is the kind of fight that makes you better, too. You know, when you got a guy with experience as Zapata is.
It keeps you busy, keeps you on your P's and Q's, keep you sharp. But just not good enough to beat you, so it's perfect.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Smooth transitions there from Badillo as he steps around. Stays invisible even though he's right in front of you. Again, back comes Zapata with those heavy hands. See Zapata now fighting at the orthodox position?
Yeah, switched up. Oh, for an awkward guy, you know what? What's it going to do? I might as well be a little more awkward, right, guys?
And little adjustments left and right for Badillo.
There's that push-off. I'm surprised he hasn't been warned for that, for the push-off. It hasn't been super dramatic, but a lot of times refs will get on you about that.
He hasn't been disguising it that much.
No, not at all. That's my point.
Yep. I always found that if you pushed off and you didn't extend your arm fully, the ref lets you get it. When you extend your arms
but
fully.
also if you push the elbow too much.
Yeah, sometimes,
you see that elbow too much, the ref will
I did have some refs give me warnings for that,
yeah.
Badillo starting to really feel it, separating himself from Geraldo Zapata. And you see the shift in gears. Paulie, you're always talking about you got to have multiple speeds and multiple ways to attack. He knocked his man down, went after him, didn't quite get him, went, okay, I guess we'll flow box for a bit, right? Just that ability to change priorities.
And also understand that at this point, you know what? If I'm not going to get him out of it, let me get the work in. 20, 30 days out of the ring, right? Let me get this working. This guy's good for me to put this work in, stay sharp, keep sharp.
And that replay with a nice shot where Zapata went down low with the right hook to the body. Badillo caught it on the elbow and came back with a big hook and straight left hand. Popped the head back like a Pez dispenser.
And Zapata having less success with that moving back of Badillo. But Badillo would move back, head up, and take a shot. Not doing that as much now.
We know what it is. The awkwardness is being less and less effective because the fundamentally sound Badillo is starting to pull away. Fundamentals always work. They work against guys who are clean. They work against guys who are awkward.
But Badillo certainly finding the target with those short, crisp punches. Certainly looking. This is a guy who looks like he can get a title shot. This is like he can be a world champion. That's what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah,
this is a guy who gives anybody trouble.
I'm seeing world-class stuff for sure.
And things change fast in those lower weight classes, so he can jump in there.
They do not have a long shelf life at these weight classes.
Either because they're smaller and they don't last long, or they just move up in weight.
Yeah.
Oh, good right hook there from Zapata as Badillo came in with that left hand down. A little smacking right hook. Again, Badillo smother himself a little bit. You know, he's got those push-offs, but he needs to time them a little better so he can create a little space. He's taking some of the power off those shots by being too close at times. Ooh, good body shot from Zapata as Badillo got pushed off.
And Badillo does have knockouts, 8th round, 10th round, so he does have some late knockouts on his resume. But Zapata not going away. He's landing some good punches in this round.
No, Zapata's gotten himself right back into this fight.
Look, Badillo would just take a half step back and punch or what happened, you know? I know he keeps his punches short, and even so, he does smother himself, but he knows how to keep his punches nice and short. What if he can know to create just enough space besides pushing off?
He's knocked out 3 out of his last 4 opponents, so the power's certainly there, or at least the volume to knock opponents out late.
Both these guys keep catching each other on the way out as their opponents trying to evade, but not evading deceptively and getting caught. Good body shot on the inside from Zapata, but the majority of the work, the touches, are coming from Badillo. For me, the heavier punches are coming from Zapata, but it seems like the more effective punches,
the more accurate,
are coming from Badillo.
And also Badillo keeps them shorter so he can put them together.
More consistent too.
Nice shot there by Zapata on as Badillo tried to close the gap.
Yeah, definitely not your turn, my turn anymore. These guys are winging shots.
Nah, they opened up.
Yep. Well, they're showing their class.
Looking in the corner of Gerardo Zapata. Fighter from Nicaragua has been thrown with power, but outlanded so far by Eric Badillo, as you said, down in round number 4. Combinations like this have been very effective for Badillo.
Yeah, very accurate, finding holes in the defense. Good, nice, clean work. Zapata's landing good, heavy shots here and there, but for the most part, Badillo has been very effective. Ooh.
Nice shot to start round round number 8.
That was the shot that dropped Zapata a few rounds ago.
Lead left hook.
Right hook. Southpaw.
That's right, southpaw. So it's a lead right hook, right? Yeah. As you said, Paul, he's so rare to see two southpaws going at it.
Yeah. But they've blended it nicely.
Very nicely.
That's a fight that's gone on. Close range fighting, both moving their hands. We've seen a knockdown. We've seen different levels of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, they're both southpaws, but neither one of these guys are cuties, so to speak. They're in there fighting. Been a bit of a phone booth fight. Nice angles there from Badillo, just stepping around, little steps, touch, 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 touch.
And look at the total punches landed. Badillo, a sizable lead. Look at that last round, 30-17. Before that, 24-9.
Over 200 punches landed so far. I mean, we said minimum flies throw a lot. Yeah. These guys happen.
First 3 rounds were close, but Badillo has pulled away since then.
Yeah, he separated himself. Once that knockdown happened, it's been all Badillo. We mentioned how when you got two southpaws, a lot of times southpaws aren't used to fighting southpaws. You kind of see that because both guys have really dispensed with the jab.
Yeah.
They're just walking in and trading power shots.
Nice little angle change there by Badillo, and he's ripped it to the body. Very nice subtle stuff here this round from Badillo.
Very smooth footwork.
Little micro steps left and right.
There's
just
again,
like
side step,
that.
back to the body again. And Zapata is being confused. He can't find him. You can't punch back if you can't find your opponent.
Good conditioning showing from Badillo. Late in the fight to be moving this way.
Those little guys, you know.
Yeah, true. But they've been busy. Yeah, you see Zapata. He's getting out hustled here.
It's not for lack of trying. I just think Badillo changes the angle and Zapata's bad feet can't keep up.
Badillo waving the crowd, getting them into the fight. Very pro-Mexican crowd here in Fresno, California.
They are loving it. Talk about putting on for your people.
Badillo doing exactly that. Both fighters talked about the biggest opportunity of their lives. 2 rounds to go.
That's why I love Mexican fans. We got light flyweights, and they're cheering them on, getting the crowd going.
Really, some of that action.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from Badillo that last round. His footwork was excellent. He was cheering on the crowd. He was feeling himself. Talk about getting into a flow state. Badillo has been slipping, sliding, making it really difficult for Zapata to hone in on where he's going. Offensively and defensively.
Round number 9. Ready to get underway. Badillo starting off just how he left. Lead hook.
Jimmy, you had mentioned the late power of Badillo. You look at his past couple fights, 8-round knockout, a 10th round knockout. And you see why, because he builds, he touches you, he gets his rhythm going. It's like quiet pressure. He's on you, he's making you miss.
Also that mental and physical fatigue. I mean, here's where, Paulie, you always say it, a guy in your face all the time wears you out physically and mentally.
Yeah. Because, it may not be one big punch, but it's just the constant barrage, the constant having to figure out how to get this guy off you.
Just like this.
Yeah.
This is kind of what breaks you emotionally.
You don't want to be there anymore.
Yeah, you're drowning.
Zapata may be getting there.
He hasn't thrown back.
Can't question his heart, but he's just getting outworked here.
He's got to throw back. I mean, the ref isn't really looking to stop because none of that stuff is hard, but...
And Zapata, blocking, half of it at least.
Yeah, he's a good hook he came back with.
Well, starting to mug a little bit of clowning.
Good body.
Yeah, nothing on Zapata's leading anymore. I think he's sort of resigned himself to the loss here. He's punching back, but it's almost like when he has to,
Yeah.
It's Badillo taking the lead in the fight every time now. The body language of the fight is in Badillo's favor, and Zapata here in the dead moments, he's not trying to pick them up anymore. He's just trying to rest in the dead spots.
Yeah, Badillo's bullying him. Zapata's corner urging him on. Good adjustments from Badillo. He's started mixing his offense and defense really well. In the beginning, there were some defensive lapses, getting hit with some shots, but since then, I mean, it's been very, very smooth, his transitions.
And no break for the fighter from Nicaragua.
Good awareness here.
Yeah, Badillo just keeping the pressure on him.
But still staying defensively sound.
Yeah.
He's making those little moves.
Oh, nice right hand there from Zapata. Every once in a while, he still shows he's there.
Oh, nice dig to the body with the right hand from the Mexican. Cutting angles, going back to that body. See how he moved away from it, then went back to it?
Yeah.
He's having fun out there, Badillo.
Yeah. It's good work for a guy who's had this much of a layoff, Jimmy.
Yeah, very good.
Especially with a guy with this kind of experience.
And he's looking forward to that world title opportunity, which he's preparing for. Great stuff from Badillo in that 9th round.
Zapata worked back to his corner like, oh, man.
Long night.
Yeah.
Long night. Look at this non-stop action. Paulie, I don't know if you hit a heavy bag that much.
No. Those are drills.
Yeah, he's just drilling. It's the end of training. You're going, dun, 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 dun. Burn out those extra calories. And Paulie, with all the weight you're losing, is this the weight class you'll be fighting in soon?
I can't get there, unfortunately.
What weight did you fight in the amateurs?
125 or 132. I was a teenager into my early adulthood.
Different world, ladies and gentlemen. I got news for you. 10th and final round, title eliminator, WBC. Eric Badillo has pitched so far a shutout plus a knockdown in round number 4. And Gerardo Zapata can't question his heart, can't question his chin, but outclassed in this fight. Been a theme tonight on ProBox TV. Question is how much does Badillo go for the finish? Is he shut down? Doesn't look like he's shut down at all in round 10.
Yeah, I mean, how much more can he really do?
Yeah,
I mean, you dropped the guy early because you caught him with a shot he didn't really see, but since then he's been dominating, landing at will just about, but doesn't seem like he's got the power at this point to do too much more damage.
What do they say, Paulie? Some guys love to ice skate uphill. Not Badillo. Not Badillo. He's cruising right now.
He's cruising downhill.
Yeah, I mean, since that knockdown, it's all been downhill.
Oh, big
nice
left hand.
Shot. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
See, again, in the dead spots, you can see Zapata has accepted the defeat.
Yes.
In the dead spots, he's not punching. He's just looking to use those dead spots for rest himself.
Yeah, well, as I said, I saw him walking back to his corner. He was resigned to go home a loser tonight. Too much sauce from Badillo.
And good dominant performance. Got his 10 rounds in tonight. He's going to have gotten his 10 rounds in. Also scored a knockdown, so... and of course, some things to work on, especially early on. He was pulling out the way he was. Maybe some things to take to the gym and work on.
Made some adjustments during the fight, which you like to see.
And gentlemen, an important thing to keep in mind is first fight outside of Mexico. This idea that, hey, is this first fight in the U.S.? He's cruising to a victory here. It does a lot for your psychology. It does a lot for your confidence.
And he was waving on the crowd. So, yeah, absolutely. First time fighting in the U.S., but he's got the crowd supporting him as well. He's putting on a good performance against an experienced guy. A lot of upside here for Badillo tonight. Consistent, man. Just is not letting Zapata off the hook at all here, even in the 10th round. Waving him in. Oh, big right hook.
And usually you tell the guy who's doing that, you tell that to a guy who's running. Zapata's not running. You just
pointing to the ground. Meet me right here.
I like it, man. I like it.
The swagger this kid's starting to get, right?
I love it.
More and more confident every round. He can feel the energy draining from Zapata's body language.
His aura, too, is just down. He's not landing the same heavy shots he was. Doesn't have any answers.
Gentlemen, when this guy gets his WBC mandatory, which it looks like he has just earned, I think that might be worth a plane ticket, gentlemen.
Hell yeah.
Might be worth checking this fight out.
Fun fighter.
Oh, very fun.
Fun fighter.
Entertaining. Eric Badillo, welcome to the United States. Crowd was behind you tonight. Great stuff.
Very solid showing.
That's a Nicaraguan fighter who, Paulie, I would say the last couple rounds we saw that resignation. He was in the fight until he was trying everything he could up to that point.
Even after he'd been knocked down, he was still giving it a shot. You know, he was trying to fight back. Had some moments, little moments there, but as the fight wore on, he just realized he couldn't match the energy level of Badillo. And little by little, you could see that mental pressure and physical pressure combined just, you know, took the winning mentality out of Zapata. He stayed in the fight, but he wasn't trying to win the fight anymore.
Gerardo Zapata gave it everything he could, especially early, but just didn't quite have what it took to keep up. With the Mexican's volume, his accuracy, technique, excellent movement. Badillo looks like he can go another 5 rounds. They both talked about the opportunity this was, everything that it meant to them to fight for a world title. And Eric Badillo will move to 18-0. Seize that opportunity. Everything you train for in the gym, everything you work for, this is what it's all about. Take a look at the CompuBox numbers and look at that. 769 power punches thrown, landed 25%, but man, almost 1,000 total punches. Wow. Lupe, let us know what the scorecards are in this WBC Eliminator. Let's hear it.
After 10 rounds, judges Barragán and Guillermo turn in identical scores of 98-91. Después de 10 vueltas, los jueces Barragán y Guillermo entregan tarjetas idénticas de 98-91. Y el juez White anotó 97-92. Judge White scores it 97-92. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. De México, Eric Badillo.
Absolutely no surprise there. Eric Badillo winning by unanimous decision. He'll be fighting for the WBC title his next time out. Incredible performance by him, but Chris, you know, when you're looking for a world champion, you're looking for a world championship performance, you look for that X factor, that little something, extra something that he has that other fighters don't. I think we saw that tonight for sure.
Yeah, I think right away we saw that both these guys are world class, but then you saw Badillo just step into another level, and you saw that little extra, exactly what you're talking about. You know, once he found his rhythm, he got into that groove, man, he's going to be difficult for anybody in these weight classes.
Paulie, I know we usually go to you for the negativity, but pull pulled straight back a little bit early on in the fight, little tiny things.
But he got away. He did it less as the fight wore on. I mean, granted, there was less reason to pull back because Zapata was less and less aggressive. So, you know, I think that also allowed him to not have to go to that go to think about making that choice. I think it's still something to address in the gym for him, but it's a small mistake that I think can be corrected, especially when you see some of the good things that he was doing in the fight.
Do you see, like Chris and I do, those next level world championship things out of him tonight?
Yeah, you know, I think he varied his offense well. I think he was creative. I think he had the little subtle side steps to create new punch angles and whatnot. Like I said, as long as he fixes the little defensive liabilities, I think, you know, he's got a legitimate shot at stepping up and you know, having a chance for the bigger money.
And floored Zapata in round number 4. Now, Zapata recovered well. It's a credit to his chin, it's credit to his durability, but man, it showed that Badillo has that fight-changing power.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's tricky too. I mean, that punch came out of nowhere. It was a nice lead shot. It was very deceptive the way he looped that hook over. I mean, it looked like a jab getting around the guard. But listen, Zapata's a guy. He went the distance with that kid Palazzo, who's, like I said, is a monster. So definitely a durable chin, knows how to survive. He showed his experience when he did survive that knockdown.
It was an outstanding co-main event of the evening. It's been a great night of fights here at ProBox TV. Eric Badillo, though, gets his world title opportunity his next time out. Live from Fresno. That's right, San Joaquin Valley. Not just the agricultural heart of California and the United States. Boxing beats at the heart of this country. And that's right, Mexican-American population. And they're going to be screaming and yelling in this fight. Vladimir Hernandez versus Francisco Veron. The super welterweight division, our main event. Jimmy Smith, as always, alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Oh, if you look at the end of the table here, we got Virgil Ortiz. Thank you so much for joining us. A great night of boxing so far. But Chris, one of the themes has been you have to outwork your opponent for 10 rounds, 8 rounds, whatever it is in our main event. Vladimir Hernandez, known for that style, Chris.
Yeah, also we've had a bunch of Olympians on the card. We have another one in the main event. He's fighting another guy who throws a ton of punches. So we're going to have an all-action affair. It's going to be a certain mix of styles, kind of like we've seen all night. Our matchmakers do such a good job making sure that we have competitive fights. Our main event's going to be no different.
Yeah, when you look at Vladimir, everything about him, Paulie, is deceptive. He has deceptive power. He has deceptive movement. Also incredibly durable. You can knock him down. Doesn't mean you can finish him.
And he's got a deceptive record, too.
Yes.
You know? I mean, I think the record is the most deceptive thing because you look at this guy on paper and 17-6, but once you read between the lines, between the numbers, you start to see the level of competition that he's faced, the level of competition that he's beaten in this weight class. And this is not an easy weight class. My man right here will tell you he's one of the top good dogs in the weight class, but this is not an easy weight class. So these guys are battling not just tonight in a tough fight, but in an overall very difficult weight class to make headway.
Virgil, if you're Veron, who is a tough puncher, right? This guy has real power, 14 wins, 10 by knockout, but you're taking on a guy who's known for his durability. Is it always in the back of your mind, how much do I want to spend trying to get this guy out of here?
It really depends. You know, you got those veterans who really know how to hang in there and take a punch. So you can't really count on an early knockout. That shouldn't be the goal. The goal should just be not getting hit a lot, trying to wear him down. So the later rounds can be easier because when you have fights against fighters like that, they're used to going those late rounds. You know what I mean? So you need to make those rounds as easy as possible. And then how you do that is start chopping the tree down early so it can fall down later, possibly.
Now, that's funny that he's saying that because he's fought a lot of those guys who do survive, but you still get them out of there early.
But you're doing the right thing. But you know what I was thinking about is you saying that his Madrimo fight. You know what I mean? The Madrimo fight. You know he's going to be there.
Not a survivor.
And you broke him down little by little and took charge of the fight more and more as the fight wears on. I think that's a real eye-opener as far as something Veron should be thinking about with Vladimir Hernandez. With Vladimir Hernandez, the reason he beats some of these guys, you know, they go in there looking at his record. They go in there starting fast. We've seen him get knocked down early on. Then all of a sudden, not only does he not go away, but he comes up, starts beating the crap out of you, and you've worn yourself out early on, and you haven't saved it for those later rounds where Vladimir is a guy, as Virgil said, he's one of these guys that understands how to go the late rounds, is used to going those late rounds. So I think the analogy sells here.
Yeah, well, Virgil, when you look at it, Vladimir Hernandez, when he's not fighting, he's running marathons, he does triathlons, he's a fitness freak. Could body shots or Veron taking the air out of him early, would that be a strategy he should employ tonight?
I think so. You know, body shots hurt everybody. You know, people have a chin, you know, some people can have a chin, some not, but nobody really has a body. If you get hit by a good body shot that you don't see coming, man, it'll take your air out.
Yeah, you ever notice sometimes ringside somebody gets hit to the body, they're like, oh, he doesn't like it to the body. I don't know who does like it to the body. You know? It's like, yeah, you give it a good body shot, and yeah, you're gonna react, and yeah, you're not gonna like it to the body. But I've yet to see somebody who enjoys it to the body.
And you know what's interesting on body shots? Even guys who aren't known as punchers often can hurt guys to the body. It's different. You know, if you can't punch, you get
accuracy and timing.
Yeah, accuracy and timing. Like you said, everybody can get hurt to the body.
Also, you know, you're a guy who's fought at the world-class level for a lot of your career, Virgil. One of the things about Vladimir Hernandez is he's funky, he's awkward, he does things a little differently than everyone else. How hard is it when you're dealing with an Olympian in Veron? You're used to those clean lines, those tight lines. A lot of times the style of Hernandez can take a while to get used to. How does Veron do that?
Yeah, you know, you just gotta try to slow it down in your mind. You know, you just gotta stay calm and poised. Sometimes awkward styles can be hard to deal with, and but that's where you just gotta let your IQ and your experience come into play.
The idea, of course, that Veron, as we said, an Olympian, a power puncher, he believes his ceiling is here. Hernandez may have thought, I'll never get there recently in ProBox TV because he has peaked. He's really believed that he can be a world contender. How important is that in the fight tonight where nobody believes, and we talked to both fighters, that they're the B-side?
Well, I think when it comes to Vladimir Hernandez, I think he's a guy who's actually always thought of himself as world class. He just didn't have the opportunities that a lot of other fighters have. On ProBox TV, he's actually getting training camps. He's the kind of guy who's been pushed into fights very short notice. Was in shape, but wasn't in fight shape, but then took the fight anyway because he's just that kind of guy. Now that he's getting real camps, he's understanding that, yeah, I thought I was that guy. Guess what? I actually am, and I can be a world-class fighter.
ProBox TV, it isn't just about the fights, it is about the stories. When I look at Vladimir Hernandez, he's one of those fighters where if you're a fan, you say, why should I watch ProBox TV? I'm going to say, watch this guy, Vladimir Hernandez. Not just because of what he brings in the ring, which we all appreciate, but where he came from and where being on ProBox TV has taken him. This is a man who appreciates the opportunity in front of him tonight. Let's hear it from his own words.
Have all the ProBox fights been tough? Actually, it's been all the fights in my career, not just the ones in ProBox. I think every fight I've had has been tough. He's coming in hungry. He's a great fighter. To ring A, to have a tough fight with Brandon Adams, it's that he can take a punch and he's hungry. So, we know it's going to be a tough fight and we're preparing well.
How do you prepare for a boxer who was an ex-Olympian, a boxer who had a great amateur career?
You know, I'm not really focusing much on that. We're just looking at how he boxes, what his style is like. I'm not really paying attention to what kind of amateur career he had. I know he's a fighter who likes to keep his distance and from there, well, we have to work a lot on head movement, like I've always said. Sometimes it doesn't work out for me, but we have to keep trying. But we know that, well, I care about looking good, but sometimes I'm not satisfied with what I do, but I want to win. I want to win, and I like to prepare myself properly, thoroughly, and we know it's going to be a tough fight.
As you can see, Hernandez himself believes in his ability to win. And also, we say all the time in the middle of a difficult fight, right? He's having fun in there. This is a guy who has fun in their boxing. He's able to make it his kind of fight and enjoy it. And, you know, Virgil, you've been successful at the highest level. You can't forget the joy of what you're doing and how much you love doing it. Hernandez has it. He loves it.
I like winning, you know, and I don't think nobody doesn't like winning, you know, but you got to hate losing more.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? So you got to train hard in that gym every day so you make sure you don't lose.
Yeah, and Hernandez is one of those guys. Paulie, I'm sure in the sparring in the gym, when it's time to go with Hernandez, you go, like, oh my God, it's just going to be tough. He's that kind of guy.
Well, he's also one of those guys, be it in the gym or be it in the fight, you're going to go the same way. Because,
yes, exactly.
I mean, this guy is going to make you, force you to fight constantly. You can't really take a lot of rounds off with a guy like this or any rounds off with a guy like this because he's looking to create the activity. Like you said, he runs marathons in his spare time or triathlons, whatever it is. So he likes staying in shape. You know, some fighters want to get in shape when they fight. This guy actually likes to live in shape. You know, some guys have a passion for that. So, you know, that's why when you talked about him, he was getting calls on short notice for some fights. He was able to pull off some upsets and sort of create that reputation. And now he doesn't have to take the fights on short notice. He can have a full boxing training camp. So that helps him twice as much. So either way, he relies on pace. He relies on making you uncomfortable. And psychologically, you have to be ready for that kind of thing every single time you get in the ring with Vladimir Hernandez.
He also relies on confidence. And when you have those training camps, there's no confidence who's like being in shape. So when he gets dropped, he gets up, he knows he still has it in the tank, and he's able to push these guys to break their will.
People ask me all the time, what do you look for when a fighter gets down? I look not at how they're down, because a fighter will instinctively kind of fight back as soon as they get up. When they walk to their corner, a lot of times you can tell, man, they're just beat. Hernandez, Virgil, never has that look. Like, you can knock him down. When he goes back to his corner, it's like, okay, reset, I'm going back to it.
That's good. Yeah, that's the mentality you got to have. You know, you can't be defeated. If you're defeated, you can see in someone's demeanor when they're defeated, you're like, you know, you got him. You know, so that's when you smell blood, and that's when you're going for the kill.
Yeah, body language is everything.
Right, the last time we saw him down, though, on our air,
it was a bad knockdown,
dude. Bad knockdown. He walked back to his corner like it was okay. He was almost like calming his corner down, if you remember that, gentlemen.
He's like Evel Knievel to me. Like, he's just like he likes the violence, he likes the risk, he likes tough fights, and he consistently is in tough fights. He's been down 2 of his last 3 fights on our air. He scored knockout of the year in one of those fights too. So I mean, the guy likes it. He likes to fight.
Also, against Strom, the power that is easy to overlook, and that has been a theme tonight. You know, we saw Akitsugi. Oh yes, 3 knockdowns in 12 wins. What is that? Deceptive power from Vladimir Hernandez. If he catches you off balance, especially, he can put you down, Paul. He's
not just that, Jimmy. I'll tell you what else it is. It's the pace he brings. He tires you out. And when you're tired, your chin is worse. So the pace that he brings wears you down. Now you're not taking as good of a punch as you may have normally because you're fatigued. And a tired fighter doesn't take a good shot. So you can also see why that power increases. He's able to sort of wear guys out and then get that kind of knockout or to get those kind of stoppages or just wear them out for late surges to win on points.
So, Virgil, when you look at Francisco Veron and you look at the strategy here, is it don't let your opponent carry you too fast? Hey, he may have a high pace. I don't have to match that, right? I can fight maybe a couple minutes around. I don't have to match his pace. Would that extend him? If you're Veron, is that what you think? If you were coaching, hey, don't let him carry you too fast.
Yeah, you know, so the thing about fighting someone is you don't fight at their pace. You fight on your time. You don't force yourself up. You don't let them force you to fight their fight. Just stick to your game, fight your fight, and it'll all fall into place.
That's the one thing Veron has. Francisco Veron, an Olympian, very, very tactical, very, very technical, and also when you look at his abilities, he has knockout power. If he can catch Vladimir Hernandez, as you say, Chris, over his skis, off bounce, he often is. He can make him pay.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's got to affect him with his power, but also exactly what Virgil, he's got to control the pace. Keep it slower, stay on the outside. He's taller, he's longer, he hits harder. He got all those assets to use to keep the range, put some hurt on him, and stay awake. Say you have a firefight. He doesn't need to be in that kind of fight with him.
We call it boxing math. And what it usually means is so-and-so beat so-and-so, therefore so-and-so should beat so-and-so. It doesn't work. The other thing that doesn't work is, as you said, he is longer, he is taller, he hits harder, he had the longer and more decorated amateur career. He has all the tools, right? It's how it all comes together, and that's the X factor here.
This sport, more than any, is all about intangibles, and boxing intangibles speak louder than those characteristics we talked about.
And there he is, Francisco Daniel Veron, training out of Fort Lauderdale. 14-1-1 as a professional, 10 wins by knockout. He is long, he is tall, he is powerful. Proudly waving the Argentinian flag. But this crowd, Fresno, California, they're going to go crazy for the Mexicans, the Mexican-American, fighting out of Stockton, California, the 209. Every fight fan knows it well. As Vladimir Hernandez making his walk, WBC Continental America's title on the line. And we are ready for this 10-round main event. Let's look at the numbers. Vladimir Hernandez, 10 years older than his opponent, Francisco Veron. And as Chris points it out on the monitor, what a reach advantage. 8 inches for Francisco Veron. Also, 4-inch height advantage. Can he use it to keep the power puncher at a distance? Let's find out. Lupe, get us going.
We continue inside the Save Mart Center. This is ProBox TV, being sponsored by El Mexicano brand products, bringing authentic sabor to your table. Somos El Mexicano. Chancey Gold Resort and Casino voted #1 in the Central Valley. Jersey Mike's, a sub above, and Killer Grips, champion-inspired sports protective tape. This contest set for 10 rounds for the vacant WBC Continental Latino Super Welterweight title. Este duelo, 10 vueltas por el título vacante Continental Latino Peso Super Welter del CMB. President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Nancy Rodriguez. Our judges at ringside, we have Charles Farbstein, along with Rudy Barragan and Brian Tsukamoto. And now, Fresno, California, Argentina, and Mexico. We're going to find out quién es el más macho. The ProBox main event is on now. Presenting first, in the blue corner, wearing light blue with white, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de celeste con blanco, detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 153 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an official 153.5 pounds. Esta noche, este olímpico con la mano pesada entra con un récord profesional sobresaliente de 14 victorias, solo una derrota, un empate, 10 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this heavy-handed Olympian enters the ring with an outstanding pro record of 14 victories against 1 defeat, 1 bout even, 10 of those victories coming by way of KO. De Buenos Aires, Argentina, Francisco Bebu Veron. En la esquina opuesta, in the opposite corner, wearing white with gold and blue, vestido de blanco con dorado y azul. Su peso oficial, 153 libras y un cuarto, his official weight, 153.25 pounds. Esta noche, este peleador renuente entra al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord de 17 victorias, 6 derrotas, 7 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, this all-action fighter enters the ProBox TV ring with 17 victories against 6 losses, 7 of those victories coming by way of KO. De la colonia, Álvaro Obregón, Ciudad Lerdo, Durango, Mexico. And fighting out of Felipe's Boxing, Stockton, California, Vladimir 24K Hernandez. With final instructions, referee Gerard White.
Francisco Vladimir. This is for the Super Welterweight Latino WBC title. The trunks are good here. I'm going to let him work to right here. I'm going to let him work to right here. Let's touch him up, guys. Let's go to work.
Ready for our main event. First off, big thank you to Virgil Ortiz. Always great catching up with him. We are ready to go. And for the first time tonight, Veron, the favorite, only a -140. Close fight to the odds maker. They're figuring it out, Paulie.
Yeah,
they're figuring it out a little bit.
Vladimir Hernandez, you just don't know.
Yes.
You just don't know.
I wouldn't bet against him. Mexico versus Argentina. Great rivalry. Chris, I know you're from Argentina. Your family, try to stay neutral. Do what you can, your buddy.
Listen, I'm neutral.
You know, I trust you
That's
as a professional, my brother.
Part of my job to be a professional.
Main event is underway, round number 1.
But also, how do you not like Vladimir Hernandez?
How do you not?
Yeah.
Love him.
I can't believe Veron, man. The 6 foot, 77-inch reach. That's huge for 54.
And, gentlemen, it's one of those where it looks like that in the ring. Like,
yeah.
I'm looking at him. He looks gigantic.
His reach looks crazy.
Veron,
wide shoulders, long arms.
Veron, if you haven't guessed, he's the taller fighter in Argentine-colored trunks, blue and white. Hernandez in the white trunks, looks like blue trim with the Mexican flag on the side.
Yeah, watch out for that lead hook from Veron, man. He's throwing that thing off the jab real smooth, not going too wide with it. He's landed 3 or 4 of them already. There's that jab over the top as well.
Gotta see how this fight settles in, because everybody's strong around 1, you know?
Yeah.
So this fight still has to settle in.
Oh, nice shot right to the top of the head.
I think it was off balance there by Vladimir, but Veron likes to jump on him either way.
Vladimir tends to start slow too, but it looks like Veron knows that. Really pouring it on here.
This is either a great strategy or a terrible strategy. He's pulling a lot of energy early.
Yeah, but he's doing damage. He's landing big shots.
The body shot there by Hernandez, but nice return fire from Veron. Good shots there again, though. Hernandez trying to punch in between nicely.
Oh, man, another good right hand. Veron's landing both hands hard. Oh, good left hook upstairs from Hernandez.
So I'm saying Hernandez getting those shots in between. Veron has to be careful. Also punching himself out, he's got to be careful.
Veron's also 26 years old. He's got a feeling of indestructibility. Oh, man, that left hook over the top. It's very, very short. Veron has good fundamentals.
The Olympic fundamentals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Also, another theme tonight, over 300 days off, 316 to be exact. Since Veron's last fight.
For Veron?
Yep.
And he's coming off a loss as well.
Yes.
To Brandon Adams.
It's not the ideal way to come back off a loss fighting this guy, right?
No.
But also, you know, we're not seeing that slow start you might see after someone after a long layoff. He's coming in there hot.
But again, he's probably done his homework. He understands that Vlad is a slow starter, trying to come out to an early lead, which he certainly has here in round 1.
Look at the footwork of Hernandez. He's always taking that big step with his lead foot.
Yeah, Hernandez also starting to back him up already. He's starting to walk him down. Starting to get on the front foot and trying to back Veron up now. Remember, some guys are different fighters when they get backed up. We're going to see now how Veron deals with it, if he can get back on the front foot, or if he's going to allow Hernandez to keep backing him up.
And we've been talking about the sneaky power of Hernandez. How about his physical strength? He's actually very strong for 54. He's not the biggest puncher, but he's actually strong.
Veron with that lean, tall body, and Hernandez looking like a butcher block in there. But he is certainly in this fight after a rough start. Incredible first round. Francisco Veron may have thought he had Hernandez hurt and unloaded the shot. Looks like club maybe back of the head caught him off balance a little bit.
Yeah, it looked more balanced. He was bending down low, a little bit over his ski, so to speak. He got hit with that shot in the back of the head, pushed him onto his heels. I don't know how hurt he was, but Veron expended a tremendous amount of energy in that opening round.
He came back to the corner with trying to take in deep breaths.
Yeah.
His corner's right above us.
Chris, I know you're our resident fitness guy. Whatever Veron is doing to build up his shoulders, you need to find out what that is and pass that on.
He is super lean, too. There's not an ounce of body fat on him. He is very big for this weight class. We're going to see how that affects him down the stretch as well.
With energy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, Hernandez trying to back him up.
Vlad is a good body puncher. You got a guy with a long torso who looks like he cut a lot of weight. Get to his body early.
Paulie, I know you're a big fan of everything De Niro and Scorsese have ever done, so you know Casino, right?
Of course.
But that idea of when he talked about Nicky and he said if you beat him with fists, he came back with a gun. If you beat him with a gun, that's Hernandez. If you don't kill him, he's going to come back.
He's going to be worse.
Right. He just gets worse every time.
He's Jason.
Right. If you don't finish him, and the problem is Veron spent a lot of energy trying to finish him in round 1, and now Hernandez is coming back.
Yep.
You know, there's so many people, they just underestimate Vlad. They go out there like, he's got 6 losses, I'm going to get him. He's easy to hit early on. But then you're here. You're in round 2, and you're like, oh, my God.
But it's also, you know what the problem is also? Veron coming off the loss wants to prove something. So I think, he...
good straight right.
Good right hand by Veron. But he wanted to prove something. So I think that also is part of the reason why he came out. He's been out for a long time. He wants to prove something coming off a loss. And I think he just took it out in round 1. But now, like you guys said, you got to deal with Vladimir Hernandez now.
Vlad just landed 2 really good shots, left hand then a right hook. And this is why Hernandez hits hard. He gets you over your skis. He gets you working so hard. You run into shots while you're tired. And like you said, Champ, when you're tired, your chin is not the same.
And when he catches a lot of guys, if you notice, is when they're backing up to get a break. They're trying to get like some respite from the guy. They back up, and he just chases them down.
Yeah, he covers that ground.
Exactly.
Well, he's so efficient.
Yeah.
Veron is working so hard right now. He's redlining himself.
And also the mental pressure, too. The fact that he sees Hernandez in front of him constantly. You can see the mouth open on Veron.
That's
uncomfortable.
When your mouth's open, you don't take punches well either. It's a good way to break your jaw.
Yeah.
Or get your jaw broke.
He's always keeping his right foot on top of the foot of Veron.
That was a nice little right uppercut to the body from Veron. Let's see if Veron can use some of that amateur Olympic pedigree to slow the pace. Because at this burn rate, I don't know how many rounds he's really got in him.
Yeah, he's not figuring out the subtle ways to rest.
Not at all.
Already breathing heavily. End of round number 2.
A lot of boxing still left in this fight.
Yep. But still powerful straight punches from Veron in that round number 2.
Yeah, another good round for Veron, but again, at the burn rate, here we see that nice 1-1-2 straight right hand down the middle. Vlad took that one well. And then back comes Hernandez. Hernandez with a big 2-1 combination there. Landed real clean.
It's funny, Hernandez almost old man's it in an unorthodox kind of way, right? Like, comes at you and bing, and he's not resting. It's a weird way to do it, but he does it. You know?
Well, he presents his body in front of you physically, right? So therefore, you can't get him away from you. Then you feel like he's going to just keep throwing when he's in front of you. He's not necessarily always throwing, but he's putting you in positions where you're panicking and you're starting to run all over the place. That's what's happening to Veron. After round 1, where Veron was backing him up so much.
Oh, nice lead hook.
Oh. Wow. He just landed like 5 hard power shots.
Another good right hand.
Also, the problem is, Veron's trying to fight off the fire with power himself, but that's not how you get rid of Vladimir Hernandez. You gotta out slick him. You gotta sort of be more crafty than him. You can't fight him off you. If you try to fight him off you, you're gonna punch yourself out. He's not gonna go anywhere. You gotta be more crafty than him.
Yeah, Hernandez is showing a world-class chin so far. He's taking some really big shots from a guy who can punch, mind you. Veron has a good knockout percentage.
Nice hook over the top.
But again, he's backing him up, so Veron's power is at the same on the back foot. You know, Veron's constantly backing him up.
Cut on the cheek from that headbutt.
That might have been the headbutt, right? Yeah.
As effective as Veron has been with landing shots, he looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah. And off a big layoff, man, this is not a pace you want to be fighting at constantly, right?
And also, he's fighting an awkward southpaw, squares up his feet a lot. It's not easy to get the rhythm, man.
We forget that Vlad's a southpaw as well, because he's so there and he swear. But yeah, you have to deal with that as well. Punches come from different angles. But not that someone with the amateur pedigree that Veron has should have an issue fighting a southpaw. I'm sure he's seen many.
Yeah, but Hernandez looks more
body shot.
Hernandez looks way more comfortable here, man. Guys,
he's not wasting much energy either. Veron is you can see his ribs breathing in and out.
And certain guys, and we've seen this a million times, they don't wear damage well. Hernandez does. You can hit him really hard. He's not a messy bleeder. He doesn't swell very easily.
And even when he gets hurt, he recovers so quickly.
A lot of Mexicans have that. I don't know. It's like they have tough skin. Remember Chavez too?
It's very true. Yeah, Chavez could take a shot.
But also, he didn't mark up a lot, you know?
Yeah. Until he fought De La Hoya.
Yeah.
De La Hoya cut him.
Well, that's also.
He was 127 years old. 127 years old.
When you're older, you cut easier. Your skin's not as elastic anymore, you know?
And also, Chavez was a guy who was head-to-head with a lot of people. You know, his heads are rubbing together and still didn't get marked up.
Well, Vladimir, speaking of guys who head-to-head and gets in the fire, he's looking to be right there, too. And again, constantly backing up Veron, trying to hold on to slow the pace. Again, Veron only has shown he knows how to fight off the pressure. And if you're going to try to fight off this pressure instead of being crafty with it, I don't know if you're going to be able to be successful against Vladimir.
And he's only throwing hard.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He's trying to fight it off.
Oof.
Good shots he lands here and there, but Vladimir's not going to go anywhere.
Listen, this fight's going to get really interesting in the second half.
It's interesting now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good, but...
Here's where it heats up. Round number 4 underway, and Veron landing good power punches in these first 3 rounds for sure. Can't take that away from him.
No, Veron has been really effective these first couple rounds, landing big shots, been able to land clean, but it's just he's working so hard at this point. Listen, I got him up 3-0 because of the shots that he's landing. Vlad hasn't not been that effective thus far, but there's still a lot of fight left.
That's where you separate the men from the boys, is as the fight drags on and we get into round number 4. And there are just no pitter-pat punches from Veron. All stiff jabs and right hands, and total landed, Veron 72-45.
Ooh, good uppercut on the inside from Veron.
Definitely done well with his punches so far.
Vlad just walking through everything.
Yes.
It's insane. And the sweat is just flying off Hernandez's head with every punch.
Again, there's no crafty ways. Veron knows how to kill time, though, and that's the problem he's going to have, man.
Yeah, he's
now we're starting to see the clinch in.
But again, he's using so much energy. But again,
that's why
he's 26 years old. I mean, can he redline it all the way through? Very possible.
But again, he doesn't look comfortable to me on the back foot. Doesn't look comfortable at all on the back foot.
Hernandez working off that underhook.
Ooh. Very clean shots from Veron over and over again, but the reaction from Hernandez almost takes some of the effectiveness off it.
Yeah, you know what? This round, I mean, Veron actually probably landed the cleaner punches, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But his body language looks so panicked.
Right.
That it's almost like, you know, you hope the judges can understand to pay attention to the landed punches.
Right, not all the superfluous motion.
Yeah.
This has been kind of the ebb and flow, gentlemen, as he starts off landing clean punches, and then, as you said, Paul, he starts looking uncomfortable, and Hernandez walks him down. Not throwing as effectively, Hernandez, but walking down.
The 3 minutes starts to feel longer and longer every round.
But also, because he looks so panicked, when he does get touched by Hernandez, it looks so dramatic. Whereas Hernandez gets hit with a clean shot and just walks right through it. Ooh, good body shot from Hernandez.
Hernandez, you talked about a possible knockout of the year against Guido Schramm. That was on our air, ProBox TV. Another fighter from Argentina, by the way.
It kind of looked like this, actually, that fight. It was very much back and forth. Schramm was having some good success, landing some good shots, but then Vlad ran him into a knockout fight ender. Ooh, good left hand from Hernandez. Oh!
Hernandez starting to cook with that hook over the top.
Going up high on the ropes.
What a fight so far as we close round number 4. Wow. Chris, I think you're right. I think Veron's just like, I got a red line in for 10 rounds. I got to do it.
Got no choice. I mean,
nice uppercut there from Veron, man. Timed the Vladimir jab well.
He's been landing really good
Vladimir comes back himself, too. You know, we say Veron's got to not be up so high on the ropes, but the problem is that, you know, when you're on the ropes and you're tired, it's hard to bend your knees.
Yeah. Very, very true. Chris, and also we haven't seen that double, triple jab, maybe keep him away and conserve energy. Veron has relied a lot more on his power punches as we begin.
I think part of that is because it's been so easy to hit Hernandez clean.
Now number 5 underway, the fight from Argentina. Francisco Veron, seen in the light blue and white. Vladimir Hernandez, though, keeping the pressure on. Power punches, no surprise here. Veron with the lead, but
102 power punches landed in 4 rounds.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
ProBox TV main events. What are you going to do?
Kind of how it's been all night. Volume has been the order of the day, gentlemen.
You know, this might be one of those fights where Hernandez is going to have to keep the pressure on throughout in order to try and break Veron, because if he gets any kind of reprieve, Veron's already ahead. He can hold on for another couple rounds.
The low blow, headbutt. Not a tolerant crowd here in Fresno, California.
Also a very pro-Mexican crowd.
Very pro-Mexican.
But on pushing off to keep distance, going back to the jab a little bit better here in round 5.
Appreciate their combat sports here in the San Joaquin Valley. Love their wrestling. They love their boxing. Good right hand counter from Veron.
Veron's looking a little less panicked this round. Picking his spots, not so flighty. Still a lot of fight left, though.
Vladimir not pressuring now. He's holding some ground in the middle of the ring. And you see the difference. When Vladimir's not backing Veron up, Veron is able to get the shots off very nicely.
And they're nice short punches. He's not extending the right hand as much, just like that.
And this is what I meant about Hernandez. If he lets up at all,
Veron will pick him up.
Veron's going to run away with it. This is one of those fights where you got to push the guy to a breaking point. But if you don't break him, you're going to lose by a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah, see Veron using that left hand, using that range, that 77-inch reach to post and keep Hernandez out, then gets hit with a big left hand upstairs.
Not an easy fight to score, guys.
No. These big eye-catching shots from Vlad.
Halfway through our 10-round main event. The pace these guys are setting. I'm getting tired watching this.
Yeah, fine. My restless leg syndrome is tiring me out over here.
Take a look at some of that action from round number 5.
Like I said, a little better round for Veron in terms of less panic. He looked more settled. He stayed at range better. He's letting his hands go without trying to throw everything at full blast. And just not enough pressure from Hernandez in that round. Landed some good shots, but...
This is where Vladimir Hernandez has proven to be so difficult in previous fights, the back half. But he is almost certainly in a hole when it comes to the judging. He needs to step it up and start putting pressure on Veron now.
Yeah, Jimmy, this is where Hernandez shines. It's the second half of the fight. Still a lot of fight to go. We're halfway through. Veron is extending a tremendous amount of energy, but also Hernandez has taken a lot of damage to the head. So there's that as well.
Total punches landed 113. Wow. And so consistent every round. Drop off in the last round, but man, the consistency.
And a lot of those are hard power shots. Yeah. It's not just, you know, he's not out there pity-patting.
Yeah,
pitter-patting.
He's landing.
Yeah.
He may look more uncomfortable, but he's landing. That's why this fight's going to be tricky, because the crowd is pro-Mexican. It's going to be favorable to Hernandez here. Oh, good shot there by Hernandez. But it's Veron who's settling in.
Yeah, he's starting to let those hands go. Cleaner combinations. He's not just loading up on big shots like he was for the first 4 rounds. Yeah, he's starting to touch now, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, again, the subtle things that you got to start doing, the craftiness.
See, now he's using his body as well. He's got that height and reach advantage. He could be more physical. Also, I got to bring up the age, guys. 26 to 36. It's a big difference.
Big
age matters.
The Argentine Olympian, we know about his amateur pedigree. This is a man who's fought at the elite level his entire life. That skill right now on display tonight. As you said, Chris, looking less panicked as this fight goes on.
Yeah, I mean, Hernandez is giving less pressure. Doesn't look quite as snappy as he did, but also Veron is making some good adjustments. He's settled in. Yeah, we mentioned the long layoff. You know, that could have been part of why the beginning was so hectic. Because now he's fighting at range. Good little inside uppercut there. Ooh, heavy overhand right. This range, I mean, that's not where Hernandez wants to be. Ooh, good body shot. Mixed in there by Hernandez.
Still good straight punches from Francisco Veron.
Yeah, another good round.
For Vladimir Hernandez, time is running out. We thought the back half of this fight might be controlled by Vladimir Hernandez, but round number 6, another good round for Francisco Veron. And Hernandez get in and not just create physical pressure, but land meaningful punches. It could be the story of the rest of this fight.
Ooh, down goes the cameraman.
It's a job hazard. Good right hands from Francisco Veron again.
If the plan was for Hernandez to break Veron in the second half of the fight, it's not working. He needs to put more pressure. He needs to land some big shots. He needs to force Veron into more of a fight.
The cameraman getting a round of applause.
As he should.
Back on the ring apron. Right by the red corner.
That's right. Ooh. He fell. Pushed off by Veron. Oh. Good combination from Hernandez again. But as you guys pointed out, we talked about this fight earlier, is he's not a one-shot knockout guy. Vladimir Hernandez needs to wear you out first, and Veron right now still showing he still has a lot of energy.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned the redlining, but when you're 26, a lot of times you can't redline for 10 rounds. But Veron has also settled in quite a bit these last 2 rounds, not working quite as hard. Because also Hernandez is not pushing like he was earlier.
Yeah, and Hernandez has to get a little closer to laying clean shots. Veron can lay clean shots from a little further away, and you're starting to notice that Hernandez does land here and there, but it's Veron's cleaner punching every round.
Well, he's got that height and reach advantage.
Even when Hernandez gets close, like right there, partially blocked, smothered.
Yeah, Veron's doing a better job.
Nice uppercut there by Veron with a left hand. Again, eye-catching shots from Francisco Veron.
Another uppercut on the inside there. But also he's doing a good job tying him up, circling.
Nice boxing by Veron this round so far. You wonder because his face always looks so panicked.
Yeah.
If he's going to run out of energy, but so far it's making it happen.
I don't think so. He's looking more and more comfortable as the fight goes on. You're seeing his pedigree and his class show. It's hard not to blame the time off.
Yeah. Oh, nice counter right hand by Veron.
Nasty.
Sometimes Hernandez will give you that opportunity as he falls in. Gets over his skis, as you like to say, champ.
Yeah. How about Hernandez's skin? Dude, not showing any marks.
That's sometimes like Chavez.
Yeah.
It's that Mexican Chavez skin.
Ooh, nice right over the top.
Hernandez does not give up. Nice right hand there by Veron. No sharp cross. Another little counter.
We talked about class, Chris. Well, he is showing it now.
Yeah.
Francisco Veron. Another good round. Hernandez so far not able to turn things around.
You know, Jimmy, it's youth, it's height, it's reach, it's class. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things that makes Veron such a good fighter and a difficult fight for Hernandez specifically.
Well, you heard the crowd cheering. It's because one of our cameramen went down while trying to get the action. Right here.
Ooh, good shot from Hernandez, but wow. Oh.
Down he goes, and as he got back up, the crowd cheered.
Listen, the closer you are to the ring,
he is all right, by the way.
The less safe you are.
You wanted that great shot and paid for it, but he's all right.
Hey, even us as announcers, fighters fall through the ropes all the time.
All the time.
I'm especially concerned with that we have heavyweights. I mean, we don't really have a lot of heavyweights on ProBox, but whenever I work show and heavyweights are fighting, I'm like, oh, just don't fall to the ropes about it.
In DC, we had one get knocked through the ropes. It wasn't our side, though.
Scary.
Back we go. Argentina versus Mexico in our main event here at 154 pounds. Round 8, scheduled for 10. And Vladimir Hernandez, the fighter from Mexico, a staple here on ProBox TV. Trying to find a way around the technique, the skill, the power, the range of the Olympian from Argentina, Francisco Veron.
Ooh, good body shot from Hernandez.
Yeah, that
he didn't like that.
I think Veron felt that one.
Yeah, he didn't like that at all.
Oh, we were saying Vladimir had to up the pressure. He's trying to do it now.
3 rounds to go, or 2.5. A lot of pressure coming on from Hernandez. He's really pouring it on here. trying to close the show. He's going to need it.
Veron trying to get back to the body of Hernandez, trying to slow him down. He's like, man, I can't stop this guy coming forward. Like you said, he's like Jason. I mean, Jason was more scary as the movie wore on, because he started getting more and more. I feel like he got closer. And as the fight wears on, you're more tired, and Hernandez continues to pressure.
That's the thing, and also like Jason, like it's the same pace. He just catches up to you because you get tired.
Yeah.
You can't outrun him. The proverbial turtle versus the hare.
The one thing, Francisco Veron, if this is a horror movie, he's not falling down.
Oh, good uppercut by Veron. When he found the home for that uppercut several times. It's a shot to look for Hernandez on top of him.
He is not stumbling. He is continuing to fight.
That's one thing about Hernandez. He's not that creative. He's methodical on his approach, but you can find home for certain shots, especially eye-catching shots like an uppercut. Veron doing a good job playing with the range. Just has such a reach advantage.
And he has used it very effectively. This is just a matter of having an advantage, but you got to use it. And Francisco Veron has used it well, but good combination from Vladimir Hernandez.
I think Veron might have punched himself out a little bit. He doesn't have the same pop he had earlier. Now it's going to come down to just volume, scoring points, holding on.
Oh, good hook there. Hernandez coming back with some combinations after being pushed off by Veron, guys. Oh! Constant action.
Continuing to show his punching prowess is Francisco Veron.
Yeah, we're starting to see him mix in some punches, but Alan Hernandez, that nice combination there with the rear uppercut and then that lead right hook. That was probably the best combination of the round for Hernandez. But for the most part, he's having trouble closing the distance on the taller, longer, younger Veron.
And the punches he is landing short, choppy inside shots that aren't necessarily going to get him back into this fight. Is that fair to say, Chris? He needs something a little more eye-catching, something a little bigger.
He's going to need knockdowns and knockout for me. I think he's just too deep in the hole at this point.
Crowd chanting Hernandez behind me.
The beautiful thing about boxing is you could be down 9 rounds to none and score a knockout and win.
And Hernandez chasing it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no choice now. I would love to hear what the corner is telling Hernandez, that he needs to pour on the pressure and do damage, because I don't know. It's hard for me to. I know you said champ. It's a hard fight to score, but I got Veron up.
Look at the total landed, 173 to 126.
Well, it's one of those fights where in Florida, Vladimir will get it for sure, because the judges don't see anything except the guy who's coming forward.
Right.
But if you're understanding boxing, on the other hand, it should be a fight that Veron probably is winning.
The last round was the only one where total punches landed. Hernandez was ahead of Veron.
Now we are in a very pro-Mexican part of California, right? So the crowd may influence the judges as well. We'll see that. I like down Florida, though. No, it doesn't matter if it's A or B side. You just rob the guy who's going backwards.
Right, it's so simple.
Yeah, whoever's going forward wins, no matter what. It doesn't matter if he's A, it doesn't mean he's B. I like it because it's not crooked.
It's consistent.
In other commissions, it's usually crooked, the robbery. In Florida, it's genuinely idiotic.
It's consistently ignorant.
Yeah.
By the way, we'll be in Florida in August.
If you're fighting there, don't
August
go backwards.
15th. Don't go backwards. Go forward.
The commission usually won't let Paulie into the building, so we'll do what we can with that. Good combinations from Veron and that movement on the outside.
Chance of Mexico in the crowd. Oh, good right hook there from Vlad.
Both guys are tired now, and you see the clinches are a little longer now. They're not as short where before they would be getting off each other and fighting.
Yeah, the non-stop action. We got some.
Both guys are happy to lean on each other for a second or two. Oh, good counter shot again by Veron.
These guys have been super active all night long. I mean, active in every way. Punching, clinching, moving, getting hit with big shots.
Good control of range for the fighter from Argentina to close round number 9. Exactly where Vladimir Hernandez did not want to be, which is in round number 10, and on most reasonable scorecards, needs at least several knockdowns, if not a knockout to win.
Yep.
He has not generally been, Paulie, that kind of fighter. He's not a one-shot knockout guy.
He hasn't. He's going to need to pull it out like the Shram fight, you know?
And it's a fighter who is big, strong, technical, with a 9-inch reach advantage. It's asking a lot of anyone.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And he's used it to his advantage, as Veron.
The 10th and final round in our main event here on ProBox TV.
Conditioning of Veron has been impressive.
It's been impeccable.
Yeah, he's been, I mean, working at a high rate since round 1. But here comes Vlad. 24K.
There we go. Look at him.
He's going for it.
You know, depending on how you're scoring it, maybe this round matters, you know?
He's getting big punches.
It's very, yeah, you know, honestly, you're right, Paulie. You never know, because being in this room.
Yeah, Vladimir's been coming forward the whole time, so.
Yes.
Every time he has touched Veron, the crowd has gone absolutely crazy.
Yep. And also that body language of Veron didn't look great early on. He did look panicked for a lot of the fight. I mean, not that you're supposed to score that,
but people often do.
Yeah. Judges are human too.
Veron turning southpaw here, guys.
Yeah, see that?
Yep.
He's stemming the tide. Oh!
Good overhand.
A little too slappy.
Smacked him.
Yeah. It was loud, but didn't land that clean.
Oh, that was a better right hand. That was a better shot there from Veron. Get another sharp one.
Veron's is a much shorter.
Knuckle turning over, too.
Yep.
Hernandez undaunted, though.
Listen, Veron's good. Yeah. I'm impressed.
Yeah, that's one of those fights, man. Both guys, you know, impressed. You want to see it again? I wouldn't mind seeing it again.
No mental weaknesses from Veron. We knew tactically how good he was, but he has not wilted under the physical pressure of Vladimir Hernandez when so many others have.
Yeah, under so much stress, he has kept it together. And again, coming off a long layoff and a loss.
Yeah, remember, Hernandez started this round very aggressively, but it's been Veron who's picking him off in the second half of the round now.
Now, we spoke earlier about having that skill to be able to slow things down and control. Veron has shown he has that as well. Oof. How about that chin on Vlad Hernandez, though?
Yeah.
Iron as always.
Well, I'll tell you what, Veron's taking some power off, using some snappy shots, making them eye-catching, make them cleaner, and trying to, you know, basically impress the judges that way.
But still, so many clean shots.
Yep. Oh, yeah, this is a torrid pace. See right there, the example, Veron keeping him short and tight.
These CompuBox numbers are going to be very, very interesting.
Insane.
Oof. Oh.
Gentlemen, do you miss being 26?
Yes.
Do you miss being on top of the world physically? Because right now, That's Francisco Veron. He has shown composure and technique throughout this 10-round fight. We'll see if the judges have done their jobs well. Great fight from Francisco Veron. Vladimir Hernandez, man, that guy is all guts, chin, and heart. Oh, yeah, and cardio. Let's not forget all that.
Tons of cardio, super shape. Never stopped trying, but I think it was just a little too late. Little too late. The Argentinians looked very happy.
Yep. You know, he was landing clean punches from round number 1. Our question was, could he keep this up for 10 rounds? And he did, essentially.
Yeah, he did. That was the big question, because, listen, we saw the scale, the power, the reach, the length, the age, all that was there, was on display. If he could have kept it up, it looked like he was going to win, and he did keep it up. So let's see how the judges haven't scored.
We talked about the CompuBox numbers, Chris. Let's look at them. Jesus, Veron 839, Hernandez 772. No surprise with the numbers here. Total punches, a wipeout in terms of numbers for Veron. Also landed more power punches. Hernandez did some good body work.
Yeah, see that. 26.
But the X factor here, Paulie, is Hernandez was often the one moving forward, taking space in the ring.
Yep, and that's where it could get tricky.
Yes.
839 punches in a 10-round fight for 154. That's very, very busy. Very, very busy.
And also a big, solid, physical, strong 154-pounder.
A guy who obviously cuts a lot of weight to make the weight and still have that kind of gas tank is impressive.
Yeah, you were actually mentioning that about being curious about later in the fight if Veron was going to have the conditioning to pull it off.
We got our answer.
It's taken a while for the decision as well, guys. So again, it could be tricky.
Longer it takes to add up, usually.
It's controversial.
More controversial it is.
What is that usually they would do though? Are they still trying to figure out the last round, or are they bringing in the backup scorecards? I never get it. You're supposed to fill out your score every round, so that means after the last round, regardless, you got to fill out the 10.
I think they just roll dice at that point.
Or they got to call the back of the truck and say, "Oh, give me the backup truck."
Whatever the reason is, Lupe Contreras has the scorecards now for our main event. Lupe, let us know how it went.
After going all 10 rounds inside the ProBox TV ring, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 10 vueltas, dentro del cuadrilátero de ProBox TV, esta es la decisión oficial. Los jueces Tsukamoto y Barragán entregan tarjetas idénticas de 98 a 92. Judges Tsukamoto and Barragán turning identical scores of 98 to 92. Y el juez Farbstein anotó 99 a 91. Judge Farbstein scores it 99 to 91. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. Los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. And now, WBC Continental Latino Super Welterweight Champion de Argentina, Francisco
I gotta give good credit to these judges. I gotta tell you,
did a good job.
I gotta tell you, I gotta give good credit. They did that's impressive. So many judges get dumbfounded with.
You were scaring me because I was like, I thought Veron ran away
so
with
many judges get dumbfounded with pressure that is not effective.
Yes.
You know, they just pressure. So I and dumbfounded, meaning the key term, dumbfounded.
They're founded on being dumb.
Yeah. So it really got to give these judges credit for watching the fight
scorecard
and seeing the judges' shots that were landing, not judging on the discomfort of Veron or not judging any of the other intangible stuff, but really the stuff that mattered. And Veron has himself a really good win because Vladimir Hernandez had been on a tear lately, knocking off a lot of good fighters.
Not just that, but an excellent future for the fighter from Argentina. Chris, you laid it all out. Big, strong, physical, tall, young. Great amateur career. 26 years old, right in his physical prime. Sky's the limit for this kid.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he showed a lot of his class tonight. He actually got better as the fight went on. We saw different layers to him. He's obviously a big physical guy for 154, but this weight class is so deep, man. So deep. So we'll see where he fits in this very, very talented weight class. I wouldn't be surprised. What about 160 for this guy? Look at him. He's got a good,
he may not be able to make it.
Yeah, he can.
And you know what?
Frame.
I'll watch Vladimir again. I'll always watch Vladimir Hernandez. He's always welcome back on ProBox, I'm sure, and he's a fun fighter to watch, and he makes you fight. And Veron, this is a win that's going to make him better because he had to think his way through this one. This is a tough fight.
He certainly did, and also, as we just pointed out, at 26, starts getting difficult cutting weight. At 20, this guy shreds a ton of weight. 27, 28 starts getting a little difficult. Also, the state of middleweight right now needs some fresh blood. This guy could be at 54. We had Virgil Ortiz at the end of our table.
He's going to 60 probably, too.
Monstrous 154 pounders with a lot of experience. So it's going to be interesting. The Argentine Olympian now moves to 15-1-1, 10 knockouts. But as you said, Paulie, he had to think his way through that fight. It was a gut check kind of performance. There were no rounds that were easy. There were no rounds that were easy to decide. That's all you can ask, and he did an amazing job. But Francisco Veron gets to celebrate. Well, we'll be back in Florida August 15th. That's right. Yakubov versus William Foster III in the super featherweight division. By the way, red hot division here in ProBox TV. Zapata Erdenbach winning in that division tonight. And it was an amazing night of fights here at the Save Mart Center, Fresno, California. Carlos Balderas, the American Olympian, getting back on track with a big win. Look at the knockout late in that fight. Beautiful stuff for the fighter from Santa Maria, California in the bantamweight division. Katsuma Akitsugi versus Jonas Sultan. Akitsugi able to move and hit and slide and throw beautiful combinations throughout this fight. Hurt Sultan several times. The Philippine Warrior was there till the end, however. Great job for the Japanese fighter fighting out of Southern California. And then Humberto Galindo versus Zapata Erdenbach. Two-time Mongolian Olympian was able to run away with this. After some trouble in the opening round, he proved to be the better, more skilled, more powerful fighter. Found the way inside the defense of Humberto Galindo throughout to win a unanimous decision victory. Then in our co-main event, a title eliminator for the WBC Light Flyweight Championship, Eric Badillo versus Gerardo Zapata. You see the knockdown, boom, round number 4. But Zapata, to his credit, able to get back into the fight, but Eric Badillo pitching a near shutout for a unanimous decision win. He'll be fighting for WBC gold next. And then in our main event, Mexico versus Argentina in a very pro-Mexico crowd here in Fresno. That's right, Francisco Veron. An outstanding win for him by unanimous decision for everyone behind the scenes, from Jimmy Smith, the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, all of the crew. Thank you so much from Fresno, California. We'll see you next time on ProBox TV.